Mr. Mayor, it is 6:30. Are you ready to proceed?
We are.
Okay, let me start the meeting. You'll hear the recording.
Recording in progress.
Ready to go.
Thank you and good evening. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Petaluma City Council and Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, May 1st. I will now invite Monica Aparicio and Maria Galvez to provide information to those who wish to participate in Spanish.
Good evening, everybody. Buenas noches a todos. Me llamo María Galvez y estoy aquí con mi pareja de interpretación, Mónica Aparicio. Estamos aquí hoy como intérpretes. Hoy este evento se llevará a cabo en español e inglés. Se usarán ambos idiomas activamente, así que usted podrá elegir un canal para participar en su idioma preferido después de que le hayamos explicado cómo funciona la interpretación. Estaremos usando la función de interpretación de Zoom. Después que termine esta explicación, se activará la función de interpretación. Si usted está conectado con su computadora, usted verá un icono de un mundo en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Si usted está conectado con su tableta o un teléfono, pulse en la palabra más y verá un menú que incluye la opción de interpretación de idiomas. Para escuchar la interpretación, pulse el icono del mundo o interpretación de idiomas. A continuación, elija su canal de idioma. Gracias. We're ready.
Thank you. May we have a roll call for the evening?
Councilmember Barnacle,
Here.
Cater Thompson,
Here.
Healy, Now,
Here.
Posake,
Here.
Shribs,
Here.
Mayor McDonald.
Here.
Let the record reflect Councilmember Healy is absent, all others are present.
Thank you. Let's rise and have a pledge of allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And a moment of silence. Thank you. And now moving into our agenda, do we have any agenda changes tonight, any deletions? And not noting any, we will confirm and move forward tonight. 2 proclamations, always one of my favorite parts. Our first proclamation tonight is for Affordable Housing Month, and I would like to invite Dev Gotcha and Ramon Maraz to the podium to receive the award. Let me read us forward here.
Coming instead. Because it's Elise.
And thank you, Elise Hempel, for joining us. Is that the whole board of Gen H here now? No? Okay. Whereas affordable housing is one of the cornerstones of democracy and our communities thrive when all families have a place to call home. And whereas each year thousands of Petaluma families struggle to find affordable home in one of the most expensive housing markets in the nation. And whereas both the City of Petaluma's general plan and housing element support and encourage the development of affordable housing projects and programs, and the city is committed to safe, stable, and affordable housing for all its residents. And whereas the strength of the Petaluma community and economy depends on providing access to housing options that would allow current and future residents of all income levels and ethnicities to live where they work. And whereas affordable housing near employment centers and transit reduce traffic congestion, air pollution, and emissions, and lowers housing and transportation costs for local workers. And whereas organizations throughout Petaluma are dedicated to providing safe, stable, permanent, and affordable housing for all members of the community, and are collaboratively working to bring the need for affordable housing to the forefront of discussion in Petaluma. And whereas these organizations are encouraged to partner with local agencies and community members to recognize Affordable Housing Month, which supports the sharing of best practices, opportunities, and solutions to provide affordable housing that is the right of all individuals. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, proclaim May 2023 as Affordable Housing Month.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor McDonald, City Council members, staff, especially our partner in our housing department, Karen Shimizu. My name is Deb Getches, and tonight my hat is as Vice President of Gen H, which is a policy advocacy nonprofit that we established some years ago here in Sonoma County to be the voice of housing, not just affordable housing, but housing across all incomes, and to create all kinds of product types as well. If you can put a roof over somebody's head, then we should do that. And we need to do that through all levels, exit and entrance strategies, and working together. I know we can do that. Addressing specifically affordable housing, since it is Affordable Housing Month, I also serve as the Executive Director of Housing and Land Trust of Sonoma County, and our office is right here in Petaluma. 20 years ago, we founded this organization, and I remember Bonnie Gabler and Karen Shimizu there at that time as well, saying, write me a one-pager and explain what this is. And it is truly the city of Petaluma and the city council members in the last 20 years that have supported every effort that we've had, and in partnership with you and the developers that we have really created so many inclusionary housing opportunities, not just here, but throughout Sonoma County. And the city of Petaluma has been that template, that prototype that's been replicated. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for acknowledging Affordable Housing Week, but acting and making a difference every day of the year. And here's Elise, and you all know who she is, also on the board.
So thank you. And I'm just quickly going to say, Gen H was something that the county recognized after the fires in 2017. And a group of us put our heads together, went and learned best practices that were happening in Silicon Valley and Monterey. And we're so happy and excited that Gen H is thriving and continuing to advocate for housing throughout our county and our region. And as one of the founders, I think I'm the past president, and I don't think I have a board seat on that one. I have a board seat. I have a board seat, but I'm not an official on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you for the work you do for Petaluma and Petalumans. Next, for National Preservation Month, I invite Bill Reinhardt, representing the Historic and Cultural Preservation Committee, and Stacia Ackley, representing the Petaluma Museum, to come forward. National Preservation Month, May 2023. Whereas in 1973, the National Trust for Historic Preservation established National Preservation Week to promote historic places for the purpose of instilling national and community pride, promoting heritage tourism, and showing the social and economic benefit of historic preservation. And whereas in 2005, the National Trust extended National Preservation Week to National Preservation Month to provide an even longer opportunity to celebrate diverse and unique heritages, and Petaluma's Historic and Cultural Preservation Committee and other residents, groups, and organizations support this event and work hard to preserve Petaluma's past for future generations. And whereas the city of Petaluma has several policies, programs, and ordinances in place which seek to protect its historic resources, including the Central Petaluma Specific Plan, the General Plan, and Chapter 15 of the Implementing Zoning Ordinance, whose purpose is to promote public health, safety, and general welfare through the protection, enhancement, and perpetuation of historic and archaeological resources that are reminders of past eras, events, and individuals important to local, state, or national history, and provide significant examples of architectural styles which are unique and irreplaceable by developing and maintaining appropriate settings and environments for such history. And whereas the city of Petaluma has Native American and historic cultural resources sites which contribute to the unique character of Petaluma, including 2 locally designated historic districts, the Oak Hill Brewster and the A Street Historic Districts, and one nationally designated historic district, the Petaluma Historic Commercial District. And whereas historic preservation is an effective tool for managing growth and sustainable development, maintaining community character, revitalizing neighborhoods, fostering local pride, and promoting knowledge of the living heritage of the past. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby recognize and celebrate May 2023 as National Preservation Month and call upon the residents of Petaluma to celebrate National Preservation Month by viewing historic resources throughout Petaluma and through various exhibits organized by the Petaluma Historical Library and Museum and other organizations, including the Petaluma Trolley, that promote historic resources in the city.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. On behalf of the HCPC, I just want to thank you not only for this proclamation, but also for the support that you've given historic preservation in the past few years. In just the recent few years, with the help of city planning managers, Andrew Triple and Heather Hines, we've made some simple but significant changes that have made it easier for owners of historic properties to rehabilitate and reuse their properties. And I think through the general plan process, we've got further recommendations to be made, and we think there's some improvement that can be done. And we recognize and acknowledge that this will take staff time and money, but we hope you agree that these are worthwhile investments in our community. We're just really lucky to have the historic districts and the resources that we have. They contribute so much to our city's identity and character and to our economic vitality. And it's taken a lot of vision and courage for city leadership over the years to resist, changes that so many communities have made that would compromise our authenticity. So I also just want to say that preservation doesn't necessarily mean that nothing can change. I think what makes our town so special is the fact that we have great buildings from every era of our history, and we have wonderful examples of adaptive reuse. So as a community, I think our goal should be to encourage adaptation and reuse of the historic buildings we have, and also to encourage new construction that's compatible and doesn't degrade the integrity of our districts. Also want to say that towards our climate change goals and affordability goals, that it's important to remember that the greenest buildings and the most affordable buildings are the ones that are already built. So with that, thanks again, and I want to introduce the brand new Executive Director of Petaluma Museum Association, Stacy Atchley.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. All of us at the museum are thrilled to be part of this enthusiastic recognition of Preservation Month, along with our partner, the Historic Cultural Preservation Committee and the City of Petaluma. The museum is the historical heart of Petaluma, and we're honored to be the caretakers of our community's rich cultural legacy. We're also working to become a more vibrant civic space, a hub for all Petalumans to explore the past, to learn new things about our city and ourselves, and to promote dialogue about how we will shape our shared future. Preservation is essential to realizing that vision. It takes all of us working together to protect the places that make Petaluma so special, including our treasured museum building. I look forward to working together with all of you to keep this historical heart we are all so proud of beating. Preservation Month is a great time to visit your museum. I invite you all to stop by or join us for one of our events that celebrate Petaluma's history and bring our community together. Thank you all so much for being champions of preservation.
Thank you, and welcome to Petaluma's historical efforts.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could interject really quick, this is your moderator.
Yeah.
Just a reminder to council and the public that when you're speaking, this is being translated, so please pause between sentences so the translators can keep up. Thank you.
Good tip. I appreciate it. And our next proclamation is regarding the 54th Annual International Municipal Clerks Week, and I'd like to invite our city clerk team forward. Which reads, whereas the office of the municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world, and whereas the office of the municipal clerk is the oldest amongst public servants, and whereas the office of the municipal clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and the agencies of government at other levels, and whereas municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all, and whereas the municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community, and whereas municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the municipal clerk through participation in educational programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the municipal clerk, now therefore be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, do recognize May 1st through May 6th, 2023 as Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to our city clerk, Kendall Sawyer, and our deputy city clerk, Cami Garcia, and to all municipal clerks for their vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor McDonald. Thank you, council members. We always appreciate the opportunity to get a little bit of recognition once a year so that the public can see who we are and can know our faces and know that we are here to serve the public and to help increase transparency and accessibility of government. So I have with me today Diabel Fernandez-Bolt, our administrative assistant. She helps coordinate with all of our community partners to bring these proclamations forward. And with us today in spirit, but a little under the weather, is Cami Garcia, our Deputy City Clerk, also thankful and appreciative of the recognition here tonight. Thank you.
And thank you too. We would not be as well as we do without the help of you too. Thank you. Let's see. Next, we move to presentations for the evening. And leading off the presentations for the evening is the delivery of the draft fiscal year 2023-2024 budget book. And Corey, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mayor McDonald and members of the City Council. I'm happy to be here this evening to deliver the fiscal year 23-24 proposed budget to you. Both the electronic and the hard copy versions have been made available to you for your review. We've also made it available for the community to review on the City of Petaluma website at cityofpetaluma.org/city-budgets. That's cityofpetaluma.org/city-budgets. We've been working on this draft budget since late October. We've created a good quality document for you to review. We'll be back next Monday, May 8th at 6 p.m. for the budget workshop, and we'll go over the budget in detail. We will then be back on May 15th with the first reading and adoption of the ordinances. And the second and final reading of the budget ordinances will be coming to council the first meeting in June 5th. So thank you. Feel free to reach out with any questions in the meantime. Otherwise, we'll see you next Monday.
Thank you very much. And this is the reference document, which we'll all be reading this week. Thank you. And our second presentation for the evening is regarding advanced metering infrastructure, AMI, water metering technology upgrades. And so I'd like to invite Dan Herrera, Deputy Director of Operations, to lead off here.
Thank you, Mayor. See, we're going to get the screen set up here. Looks like we're all good. Good evening, Mayor, Council, City staff, and members of the public. I wanted to thank you all for being here and allowing us to present our AMI, Advanced Meter Infrastructure Project. My name is Dan Herrera, Deputy Director of Operations here for Public Works. I'm joined by Lucas Pereira, Assistant Civil Engineer with Public Works, and also on our Zoom panel we have members from Badger Meters that might assist in any sort of technical questions that you might have. So for the agenda today, we're going to answer, what is AMI? We're going to go a little bit in detail on our Ion Water, the customer online portal. We're going to talk about when this project is happening and provide us an avenue for any Q&A, for any questions that you might have after the presentation. So what is AMI? Sure, all you might be asking yourselves. Essentially, it's a meter technology. It's a water meter technology. All Petaluma residents have water meters in front of their house. You see on the right, that's our meter box. Essentially, within that box, it has a meter body, which measures the water that transmits through up to the property. It has a register/encoder that records the water usage that is flowing through the meter, and ultimately an endpoint that transmits that data so that we can collect that and for billing purposes. So this slide shows really kind of two different technologies, ones that we have and one that we're looking for. Currently, we have an AMR technology. It's automated meter reading. It utilizes the endpoint transmits a radio signal, and a water customer representative collects that data through a vehicle, through drive-bys. It requires monthly drive-by situations. It provides limited and infrequent water usage data, and really it's limited access to the water data for our customers. We want to go with AMI, which is Advanced Metering Infrastructure. It's a newer technology. It utilizes a cellular network to transmit that data. The water usage data is sent out automatically. There's no drive-by that's required. Water consumption is available in 15-minute intervals. It's uploaded 4 times per day, and really provides that online access for city staff and customers alike for that vital information that they need. So again, what is AMI? It's a new kind of water meter technology. It's really designed to collect information remotely and in near real time. This real-time data allows for leak detection early, and it provides for quicker repairs and no surprise water bills for our residents. Really, it empowers our community to understand, to manage, and optimize their water usage, and it really increases water conservation for this precious resource that we have. So what the AMI upgrade is actually doing is really just changing that register, encoder, and endpoint part of the water meter. The water meter body itself doesn't need to be changed. So it's minimizing what we're trying to do. So there's going to be a couple slides on why we're actually doing AMI. This is a higher level slide. It provides online quick access to water usage information. This information can be utilized in many different ways, one of those being early leak detection. Again, it can send alerts to our residents to find those early leaks. It provides operational efficiencies by not requiring these drive-by situations, and really ultimately it provides for more opportunities for water conservation. So AMI is just one action that we're taking today to save water for tomorrow. Really provides an avenue that together both city staff and Petaluma residents can achieve greater water conservation. It can improve the water supply reliability for the entire city of Petaluma. So this slide really shows on the right side, it's the whole technology suite of water meters. We're going to be focusing on the upper portion, which is the AMR versus AMI aspects of it, the communication aspects of it. AMR components, they need to be replaced. So we started our AMI implementation in the early 2000s, and these encoders and registers and endpoints they're nearing their end of their useful life. It's an outdated technology. The parts to replace our aging infrastructure are becoming more difficult to procure. And really, AMI is that next step in water meter technology. As we all know, data is just really important, and this real-time data and usage is so important that we can utilize for our residents for water, much more, water conservation. It's considered a best practice in our industry, and really, again, empowers our customers and our residents to utilize their water usage better. Uh-oh. Sorry.
There we go.
No, is it?
Yeah, that
Oh, that's the one. Okay, sorry. Apologize. We're good. Okay, so we've had a couple questions on our AMI signal, the cellular signal that we have. So AMI the broadcast network that it utilizes is an LTE-M. It's a machine-to-machine signal. It's really useful for better power efficiency. It's a better range than our standard LTE used with cell phones. It handles more data and with better bandwidth, and it's much quicker in transmitting these signals. It reduces power consumption, so that means a longer battery life. That's the endpoints utilize. The signal strength was another aspect that we looked at. You can see that graphic on the right. It shows the relative strength of our water meter signals with household technology. So you can see that it's like a baby monitor is 11 times more powerful. A microwave's 28 more times more powerful. A laptop being 74 times, and ultimately these new smartphones are more than 20,000 more times powerful than our water meter signals. Again, the signals emitted 4 times per day. It's equivalent to about a short text message. And really, due to the location of this meter being, behind the sidewalk, that exposure to our residents is minimized. So how will AMI benefit you? Again, data, information, access to near real-time water usage information through our Ion Water online portal. These provide, alerts for leak detection. It alerts the residents when there's a leak. It prevents those surprise water bills. Enhances our water conservation. And also another aspect, it reduces greenhouse gas emissions. So we don't need to have our city staff driving by collecting those signals. So there's less vehicles on the road. So who else uses AMI? So we're not the first ones on the block. City of Santa Rosa has started theirs in 2017. Valley of the Moon Water District in Sonoma in 2015. North Marin Water District in 2018. Alameda County Water District, large cities, City of Sacramento, City of Santa Barbara. There's many other cities and utilities across the state and nationwide that utilize AMI. So now I'm going to hand it off to Lucas. He's going to go into detail about our Ion Water online portal.
Thank you, Dan. Good evening, everyone. So let's talk about this now online portal that's going to be a new feature available to all the water customers in Petaluma once we upgrade to AMI. So we kind of want to touch on the biggest benefits of this online portal and AMI. And one of them that was already touched on by Dan is the data available, right? So right now, customers pretty much only get a bill in the mail once a month. And in that bill, it says that total water consumption for the month that you're paying for. So there's not much insight that you can see with that number. You just kind of take it for what it is, and you pay the bill, and then that's just how water billing works. But right now with AMI and this really insight on data, people can actually log in at any time they want into the app and look at their real-time consumption for the day with 15-minute data intervals. So you can look back, you can look at the day of, and really see your consumption. And essentially, data is pretty much equal to power for anyone who wants to optimize their consumption in their household. So it's a really, really key benefit that's being brought up with AMI. And a small example for improved customer service as well. Now, when customers have a question on their bill, rather than just before you maybe potentially calling the city to ask the question, they can now go on the app or the portal, log on and see if they can maybe find the answer on the portal themselves, or they can still be looking at the portal, call the city, and city staff and the customer will both be looking at the same information. So there's a much better communication aspect that can be provided on the customer service as well. And the third key, which is one of the most important ones that's driving the project, it's the water conservation. So like Dan mentioned, one of the key benefits that comes with this data insight is leak detection. A simple way, when someone has never a zero water consumption, you have at least a minimum flat line in your consumption, it's an easy indicator that you have a leak in your house. Because at 3, 4 a.m. when there's no faucets turned on, if you still have water consumption, you have a leak somewhere in your backyard, somewhere in your house. So once people have access to that information, they can then take action and stop that leak, which otherwise would have gone for months until maybe you do work on your yard until you find that, or you have something pooling in your backyard. So again, and not just the leak detection, but also having access to that information. And even if customers don't have a leak, they can still see their consumption and then just optimize, have a little bit of control over their usage, which before maybe they wouldn't have known. Now, a couple just technical features on the online portal. It's a web-based portal, so it's accessible by Android or iOS on iPhones. You can also easily set up alerts via text message or email. So if someone goes on vacation or they're a landlord, they actually rent their house, you can still be receiving those notifications if there's a potential leak that the app detects on your phone very simply. It's also secure, a cloud-based platform. And you can go down to hourly, daily, monthly, yearly data charts, which again, once you have data, there's a lot you can do with it. Overlays with temperature, weather, and precipitation, and just doing comparisons, week over week comparisons. Looking at last week versus this week versus month to month comparisons on your consumption. So there's a lot people can do once they have access to the information. So when is the project happening? So the city started the pilot program back in January of 2022, so just over a year ago, where we upgraded 58 city and city staff meters from the old technology to new technology to AMI. So, and for the last just about year and a couple months, we've been collecting feedback on this AMI technology, on the signal strength, on the Ion Water portal, and just basically trying to do an in-house pilot program before we can go ready to do a citywide rollout. And the feedback so far in this year of period has been nothing but positive, where we're actually able to detect a leak in one of our city parks with one of our city meters. We were also able to, with city staff, be able to use Ion Water. We now are the ones controlling that water consumption in our household, and there's no feedback, but being in control of the data and just having that information provides a lot more transparency for anyone, and it just gives you that peace of mind when you don't have a leak as well. So it's just been very successful so far. Now, once the pilot program, we're pretty much ready to move out to the citywide rollout. Right now, we're working towards implementing that later this year in the fall is our target. And we do want to make a point that there will be an opt-out option. And right now, customers, anyone can see any information that will be available on our website, just cityofpetaluma.org/AMI, to get more information on the opt-out program. And also, we wanted to mention that some of the AMR, the older technology, like Dan mentioned, devices that were at the end of their life expectancy were replaced with AMI, the new technology. But that replacement on a one-by-one basis paused, and we're just focusing on the citywide rollout for now. And here, just a little bigger picture on the schedule of this program. Like I said, we started in January of last year with the pilot program, and that's a little over a year of a program collecting feedback. In March and April, we focused on public outreach, where we had 2 community workshops. One was a virtual public meeting, and another one was coming here to present to the Technology Advisory Committee in March as well. And once we completed the public outreach, we just went right now to focus on the design to get ready to pretty much advertise the installation project, the contract, here late in the summer, and ideally award that contract for the installation in the fall of 2023. And we're looking at approximately a 1-year implementation program. So if we're starting the fall of 2023, hopefully we can do a citywide upgrade by fall of 2024. And next, I'll just hand it back to Dan so we can take it to the end of the presentation.
So thank you, Lucas. So how will the residents know that we're going to be implementing this project? Well, a few weeks in advance of when this meter upgrade is happening, we'll be sending out a letter to each of these residents or an email if they have signed up for email notification. Ultimately, on the day that the upgrade is happening, a door hanger will be placed on the door to notify the residents that this is happening, this has happened. It'll also provide instructions for how to sign up on Ion Water so they can start monitoring their usage and using that data as immediately. And also we have our city website, which will be updating constantly. So please utilize that website to see the latest and greatest information on where we are with the project and ultimately our project completion. So how will the installation impact you as a city resident? So water meters are typically located on a sidewalk or within a planter strip or in a driveway sometimes or front yard. That is really the only location that we're going to be needing to access, just that meter box itself. We won't need to excavate or dig or find any sort of water lines. It's really happening within that box itself. So for the most part, this won't be requiring any sort of water shutoff, but you can never say never. Residential, we're usually just changing the encoder and the endpoints, so that water won't need to be shut off. But if we do, those typically last up to about 30 minutes if needed. For commercial and industrial and agricultural customers, we're looking at utilizing or implementing a new meter technology, which actually provides more information such as pressure, so we can look at that and incorporate that into our model to better understand our system. These water service interruptions can last up to an hour for those replacement meters to be installed. Ultimately, what we ask for our residents is some clear and unobstructed access to those meter boxes. You can assist us by removing debris, clearing landscaping, and really clearing any obstacles for us to access that meter box. So in conclusion, discuss on what AMI is and what it's not. AMI really just empowers customers to monitor their water usage in real time, providing vital data. It collects that data more efficiently, remotely, so not requiring any sort of drive-by situations. It can help detect leaks early and easily, again, providing, saving water and conserving our precious resource. Allows for water conservation and potential savings through water use management through that data, through that information on when water is actually being utilized. What AMI does not do, it doesn't change how you are billed for water usage. Again, it doesn't require that drive-by data collection. That data is collected remotely. And it does not transmit or monitor any personal customer information. It's really sending the same sort of signals that we're utilizing now. That concludes our presentation. Wanted to thank you all again and here for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you. Great presentation. Council, do we have any questions? Let's start with Councilmember Shred.
Okay, I've got a few here. First, when you describe the actual equipment and when you're getting in and putting it on, so it looked like you have something on top of the meter. Does it attach to the meter? Does it have to be screwed on? Does it just sit there? And how does it actually read the meter movement? Does it read the dial that goes around? Does it read the water flow? How does it actually work?
That's a good question. Is Brian on?
Yeah, Badger should be on.
Or Davis. Davis might be on.
So are we inviting in?
Yeah, Brad
project?
and Davis are online. They can speak better to that actual how that information is actually utilized. I know that the meter body itself turns, but I'm not sure what exactly how that interaction
the Flume
happens.
2, which I researched a little bit, which is you can buy for $200, and I actually had someone use it, reduce their water use by $200 a month with a single purchase of a $200 machine. So they were really happy with that. And I assume that's going to work very similarly to that, and it operates on the phone. Which, again, the water meter does have a dial that turns.
Correct.
And actually it's magnetic. And so as it's turning magnetically, the Flume 2 can actually read that dial as it's just moving. And then it just collects that information that way. So it's just reading a magnetic movement in that dial, very sensitive work.
Is that Davis?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, sorry, had a little technical difficulty here. Yeah, so the way that the meter works is basically it's the same way that your meters work currently. It's just we're just replacing the register. So the way that the old register worked was basically, if you think of it as a clock on the wall, every time the big hand gets to like the 1, the 2, the 3, it sends a pulse, and then the old endpoint would capture that data. It would just count those pulses. And that would represent 1 gallon per tick, basically, or 1/10 of a gallon per tick. Now, the new information, the new way the registers work is basically that endpoint will go down every 15 minutes and read the meter to physically track where the dials are on the register itself. So it doesn't actually change the way that meter is, the technology is, the meter bodies that you have in place now. It's still the same meters and everything there, but it's just a new technology on how that signal is transmitted.
Okay. So basically, as he's describing it, to make it a little bit more clearer, the dial turns on the meter, doesn't change the meter at all. We're just attaching something to the top, which detects the actual little needle that goes around in a circle, gets magnetically detected, and then it gets collected as data and then transmitted out. So then you have a battery. So what is the replacement time? If it's running on a battery and collecting data and transmitting it, that's still a fairly good energy use, even at low. How long does the battery last? How often do we have to go back in there and replace these batteries, and who's going to do that?
Quick, Davis, you might answer this. I remember something about 20 years, if I remember.
Yeah,
right.
so the battery life on the endpoint itself is a 20-year battery life. There is no battery in the register. That's still a mechanical register there. So there's no battery life there. So that, that'll last the life of the meter. But there is a 20-year life on the endpoint itself.
Okay, long term, it's not like every 2 years we have to go back and replace it like watches and the like. Like
Yeah.
my
Very
truck
long
fob.
term.
Truck fob has to be replaced every 2 years for sure. Okay, good. So it's quicker than that. So it's long term. That's good. Then when you have opting out and there's going to be cost because you still have to go for the drive-bys. If people drop out, even if it's just one in a neighborhood, you still have to go by and drive by. So that's not much cost savings. So if that cost is still there, one person in the neighborhood, are we going to still spend the money on that, or are we going to ask that one person when they opt out that, well, you need to compensate the city for requiring this to go? So is that really going to be a savings at all if enough people opt out?
Correct. We're still looking at that. So we're still looking at the impacts of what that would be, and once we gather more information, so we're providing that link to see what we're talking about. Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 20? Then we can kind of further look at really what that impact is. It's still, we're not going to be, we're not saving the gas for those collection of those residents, but we have to look at the costs to have them.
Well, it's not the cost of the gas so much, it's the cost of the salary of the person driving the truck and the truck
And
itself,
all the
going around
maintenance
town
and technology,
constantly
correct.
every month still
Yes.
to go collect all this data. So we still have a fairly high cost to the city. We need to make sure if you're opting out, you have to say, okay, you are going to cost the city if you opt out or something.
Correct.
So make that, encourage the folks, please help us out
Correct.
in a positive way
Yeah.
with that. So it has to be part
We're
of the
still
messaging.
looking at that, but yes.
And that there is a cost to opting out. It isn't just free. Somebody's going to pay a cost and be helpful to us not. So please get that message out
Yes.
on that. Then on the actual information that's out there, there's two ways of looking at it. So there's lots of good data. And we get good data on our electricity. We can take a look at it, what's going on there, look at our panels and the like. Same thing with our gas meter that's going on, which is now gone Wi-Fi. But for water, maybe now we're talking about some privacy issues and the amount of information that's being collected, who's collecting it, and then how is it going to get used by not the homeowner, but by others. So if you could talk a little bit about that, individuals and the privacies, because I could see some folks being concerned that, okay, you're collecting all this data. Oh, you know when I'm taking my shower. Oh, you know when I'm washing my clothes. Oh, I know that I have extra people living in my house that maybe not should be here. Landlords might be able to collect the information that's, oh, I got extra residents I didn't tell you about. So there's some information going out. That who's seeing it and what happens to that information and what might you do or who might do something with that information. And then there might be a benefit of that, which is in the report you said that there was going to be some notifications. You can set yourself up for notifications. So if you were setting yourself for notifications or not, will the city come back and say, oh, by the way, we see that you're overusing a little bit. Can we help you reduce your use? Will there be a customer call if you hit over certain ranges of usage? We'll be kicking in some sort of a pattern recognition and saying, going back and knocking on doors. Will we do that because we're doing it because to save water, or we're doing it because the customer asked us first to do that? So do we proactively do it or reactively do that if a customer asks us to do that for water-wise? And then how that data might, what's the constraint so that doesn't go anywhere else for that? So that data security and how it's used and how we make it a positive message out of all that.
Right.
So I'll let you answer
Right.
that.
No, yeah, that's a lot there. As far as the data is, and Davis, you might be able to help me out here. Where that's the residents, there's nothing that's actually more information that's what's being sent now. through those signals. The access is going to be to the owner of the account itself, while the city does have, I think we'll be able to see most likely the alerts, the leaks, that was what we'll most likely focus on, because that is part of our water conservation efforts, is to reduce leaks and water waste, throughout the city. But we don't have any plans as far as being like a big brother as looking at this data. It's mainly the leaks that are being found and minimizing that aspect of it. But as far as privacy goes, Davis, do you have any, or Brad, any information on that, on where this data is held?
Yeah, I can start on that one, and Davis, you can come over the top. So from a privacy perspective, again, it's only 15-minute interval data. There is no customer proprietary information going through there. The city owns the data, and then those customers would have access to it when they set up an account. I think I think it was a great question that came up from a privacy or security or whatever. Let me attempt to share my screen here, because the picture, I think, there's 1,000 words. Let me know if you guys can see this. From a privacy or a security perspective, none of the data ever touches the public internet. All right. So we pay a premium to transmit that data to that Beacon software and that Ion Water, where the customers have access to it. And when you eliminate that public internet, or down that southern route over the public internet, you eliminate virtually all the cybersecurity risk. So it is very, very secure. It's actually we meet with our vendors once a quarter, and this is a best practice. There's nothing better right now getting that data from point A to point B. This is actually modeled after SCADA security that the electric and the gas use.
Brad, real quick, just to let you know, you're sharing the opposite screen. Right now, you're sharing your presenter screen, just to give you a heads up on that.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah.
Okay.
And staff and council, if I could just add, from a legal standpoint, this approach to providing this information for managing the utility doesn't change the fact that under the law, customer utility usage information is still confidential and not subject to disclosure as a public record, unless there's indications that the customer's violating our usage policies. So there's an added layer of safeguard that applies to the information on the customer's usage. Thanks.
Good, because I know for myself, I had a leak in a valve, and I didn't know about it for, I don't know how long, it could have been a whole year. I had a leaky valve, and I would have really appreciated getting some earlier detection on that, because it was a small leak.
Right.
But finally I went out there and realized, well, how long has this been going on? It was a complete mess when I went out there, water all around it was behind the house where I don't usually go. So I would have appreciated an earlier warning on that, but will the city take proactive action so that when you do detect leaks, if you see that, this house has a major leak going on, will we actually inform the actual owner of the house, or do we have to wait for the owner to contact the city to ask? Will we be proactive from the city to go out there and do something?
Well, we're proactive in our city accounts, right? So for our city, for our parks, for all of our facilities, we look at our leaks and leak alerts. We're looking at providing that. Again, I think it's when there's times of drought, when we're looking at water consumption and then the water shortage contingency plan that we had, we were definitely looking at that aspect for the AMI to look at leaks and look at trying to reduce that as much as possible. I think we would rely, for the most part, as much as we can on the city residents to, utilize that data and find those leaks for themselves. We can definitely look at a policy that we can, look at that data individually, have those alerts set up for city staff, and proactively, notify the residents of leaks if that's something that we wish to implement.
Okay, good. Because this brings up when you have data collection on a citywide basis, and now we're talking about equity issues and how this data is informing the city as to, well, for this section of the city, this what may happen versus this part of the city, and try to equalize it. So is there ways we could use the data from a city point of view for any equity issues that might arise as to sections of the city or increasing programs of conservation, offering programs of some sort, if we're seeing discrepancies this way? Is there a way of doing that?
I'm sorry, I can't follow your different
So
consumptions
certain
for
sections of the
night?
city have high water uses and way over the top in certain neighborhoods versus other neighborhoods are very conservative and doing well. Is there a way of using that from a city point of view, especially if there's equity issues involved in the types of neighborhoods these are?
I know we have
Is there,
tiered.
would
have
we
tiered
analyze
rates.
the data from a citywide perspective instead of individual?
I haven't thought about that. I don't know if how we could implement that on restricting certain sections of this. I'm not. Yeah, I'm
If I
sorry,
could-
I can't
if-
speak
if-
intelligently
if I
to
could.
that.
If I could, just.
All right, I was just looking at data
a little-
analysis and thoughts as a computer person myself from the past, working with data folks, that accumulating data and how to use it and where we can go with it, how we use it productively rather than negatively is where I'm trying to go.
I think we would focus on leaks, and we would focus on if areas of the city as notoriously have leaks and reducing that water loss. That's how I think we would implement that first stage of that data collection and analysis. But again, it's data, and so we can always utilize that any way we wish.
Thank you. I'm all for it. Come to my house, please. Do mine first.
Can I ask, does the city's enterprise software integrate GIS with the water billing system? Do we have the ability to tie all that together?
Yes, it's so we have right now it's a little.
I think that would answer the council member's question.
Yes,
about being
we
able
can.
to
Yeah,
pull it together that way.
Yeah, generally each water meter is associated with a address, a GPU. We have a GIS location, whether it's an actual physical location or an address. That yes, we can see that information.
Other agencies have been trying to integrate this together, and I've seen that actual application occur. So, did we have another question down here?
Just one in addition to Councilmember Shribs's. In terms of, I know I've heard this before, but what percentage of our total water use right now is, attributed to leaks? Any estimate of that?
Oh, if I remember right, it was relatively low. We usually do a water audit every year. I thought we were in the lower below like 3%, 5%, something like that. So we were relatively low, but I got to check with Chelsea Thompson.
Thanks.
She would have more information on that.
Councilmember now.
Thank you. Councilmember Shribs asked a lot of the questions I had about new, neighbor having new and another neighbor having old. I got that. But what is the difference between a leak and maybe just overwatering? Because sprinklers go on in the middle of the night. I'm not sure how pools get filled, but I believe that they get to a level and then they fill back up automatically. So how do we determine
It's that constant. So I think Lucas alluded to it. It's that over the entire night. So you're looking at say midnight to 6 a.m. If there's a constant that never changes, that item, whether it's like a 1 gallon, 3 gallons per minute, that never goes away and is always there, that's what we would determine to be a leak, right? So you're talking about like irrigation. There's spikes. They come up, they come down. Because we have this 15-minute interval data, usually these spikes happen, irrigations happens, 10, 15 minutes, but when you have hours of constant and low, it's generally low, small
like
amounts.
a drip?
Yeah, like a drip, but just a constant, just, a gallon.
Okay.
If you think of that, it's pretty noticeable. We've seen those in the data, and it's just a constant line. That that's a leak happening.
Okay. One more. Have we eliminated the neighbor turning in neighbors because now we have data that shows this neighbor's not overusing water, or do you have to physically go out and look and see what their lawn looks like?
Well, one neighbor can't see another neighbor's consumption, right?
No, but they can complain.
Yeah,
neighbors tend to have disputes, and so they complain about each other and turn it into the city as a problem.
The data will show the usage of the residents, and we would and you're talking about the water-wise calls or the calls,
Yeah.
like someone's irrigating when they shouldn't be irrigating.
Yeah,
during the
currently
water source contingency.
if the water department receives a complaint from a neighbor, they go to the residence that's been complained about,
Right.
and they view to see, is it a green lawn, or is there a water feature being used in the front yard? You know, they look and then they leave a note and say, you have been notified to the city as a overwater user, but we don't find anything, or we do find something.
Right.
So would you still have to do that, or would you do it all with your data?
That data would be available.
So you wouldn't have to make the residential call,
More than likely, or we can determine that, we know.
which saves time and money.
Correct.
Okay, that's just what I was checking on.
Thank you. And Councilmember Barnacle.
Sign me up. Thank you for the presentation. I'm just would be curious as we get more into this to know what the sort of ROI on this is. And as we, I'm not asking for it right now, but just as we get into it to really sort of like track some metrics around operating cost savings. And I know we got a large grant, so if we can somehow put together some sort of an ROI analysis and tell the story that, because we're also doing a water rate study right now, and it'd be nice to be able to say we're doing everything we can to help keep your rates down and finding grants and saving on operating costs and things like that. Otherwise, thank you very much.
And just to, I think this is just that's one of the brighter points of this is it's 100% funded by grant funding. So, yeah, but we can definitely do that sort of analysis for.
Great. And I did have a couple of questions either for yourself or the Badger representative. One is there an industry anecdotal opt-out number, people who because every program that implements this at every water agency or city utility has an opt-out exercise. Is there an industry norm of opt-out?
Yeah, we've looked at, I think there's some other communities in our area, North Marin, or it's like $15 to $25, something like that, something similar.
Right, but what's the percentage of people? I mean, it's inconsequentially, it's less than 1%, right?
It was, I think North Marin, they had a similar number of accounts like the city of Petaluma, 19,000 plus, and they had 6 opt-outs.
Okay.
And that number tends to go down also when you actually engage that customer for maybe the original reason for why they wanted to opt out. And if you can actually engage and rather than just, keep that communication absent, you can potentially answer concerns or questions that were regarding concerns that don't apply to AMI. And we kind of have been learning that's the strategy, if you will, for how to go about the upgrade is to just talk to people about it. And more than likely, they will end up seeing the benefits and what it's there for. And like that's how you kind of start to cut that number down from originally 50 down to 10, down to 5. And sometimes it is what it is,
Thank you. The other data question was, do we have a percentage of people anecdotally that actually open the app and benefit from this? Because, that's a pretty small number too. It's not like everybody opens an app.
Right. I'm not sure we have that. Davis might. I'm not sure if someone from Badger can speak to that.
Yeah. So, nationally, I mean, it really all depends on the population of the area, and the demographic of the area. But historically, if you had 100, say you had 100 accounts, we're just using some round numbers here. 10% of those people on average would engage, and that's at the minimum. And then we've seen in some communities where they've had a really big outreach from the utility, we've seen those numbers as high as 40 to 60%. So it really all depends on how engaging the utility is in driving that use, through community outreach programs. They do a lot of, they have town hall meetings where or not so much town hall meetings, but they have these meetings where they engage the public and try to drive that number up, But again, it varies from location to location, but typically we see anywhere between the 8 to 15% rate on average, and then typically it goes higher or lower depending upon the area.
Thank you. I think that goes to support Councilmember Shrivs' point of we should have a push if we notice a spike in an inappropriate time, hopefully the city will be able to provide that out as a push. And I'd love to see the policy come through or know the policy includes that element. Let's see. And then there's also quite a cost in meter boxes. I know, I'm not sure whether the program includes the actual meter replacement or doesn't need to include that, but so many of our meter boxes are in broken sidewalks and antiquated meter boxes. You don't have the workroom to get inside the meter box to do the install. So do we have a budget for meter box replacement? And can we tie that with our sidewalk improvement projects and get like a couple extra squares on either side of the sidewalks fixed up so we can help our walkability in town?
So the lids are part of the project. So those house the signal encoder or a part of that endpoint transmitter system. Where we're trying to fix what you're talking about is more of our water service replacement program. And so this is where we have it's a year-to-year program where we replace, about 1 to 2 million worth of water services per year. And that's where we utilize and get replace the service themselves up to the meter box, and then replace that meter box and then the square of concrete that usually is associated with that.
So that's a couple hundred meter service laterals, not 10,000, 20,000.
No, yeah,
so
it's
this is going to be the
costly.
big chance to get sidewalks fixed.
Yeah.
And I've seen that to be the change order cost on these kinds of contracts too. While the technology is a firm price, there's change order contract coming into this, but I would assume we could get council support for that kind of improvement to our areas.
It's 20,000 meter boxes, so we'll try to do as much as we can with the money that we have, and then evaluate that going forward with our meter service replacement program.
And then with this new technology, are we well coordinated with the finance department, the building department? It's not just a field exercise, but all of our software can accommodate
Yeah, that's the beauty of the system that we're utilizing. It's already incorporated into our billing system. It's using the Beacon system from Badger, and so no changes to our billing software system need to be done.
That's great. Councilmember Shribs, do you have a comment?
Yeah, just following up on what Mayor McDonald was saying, is it for the actual install? Is it going to be the city staff doing that, or the contractor is going to do the actual install?
No, we're going to be contracting that out. We're also going to be trying to implement a GPS, so that to talk to your point earlier about I'd say there's a certain percentage, not all of our meters are GPS with actual, they're tied to lots and not the meter itself. But we are looking at hiring a contractor to install and also collect GPS coordinates for each of our meter boxes.
And often photograph?
Yes, that'll be part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, so as Mayor McDonald was saying, can we collect data? Well, we have someone going to every single house, making these exchanges. Is there a way of collecting data, again, visually on the box itself or immediately around this box, if you're standing right there? Whether it be the tree roots are a problem, the sidewalks are a problem, the street is being inundated by roots. If there's a local problem right nearby the box, could that be a check mark that as they inspect and do things that they just check off, hey, there's come by and take a look at this, or at least get it on the list that there's maybe a sidewalk issue here? Is it possible we could add that as hopefully a little bit of a service? Since someone's out there almost every single house there, we're doing work. It'd be nice to collect some data while they're doing that.
No, yeah, that's something that we could definitely do. Like I said, we're trying to get all the GPS coordinates for all of our meter boxes, so that's just another line item we can add to the contract.
Because I know we're going to do it like for trees, when it go inspect all the street trees and with the data collector.
It's just information, yeah.
Information.
We can definitely have something like that.
Okay, so one of the challenges might be, I'd like to give you is when this is implemented, maybe put out a challenge to all the city and which neighborhood can save more water, and using the Cool Blocks program and actually have a competition that is run and through showing this is how we're going to use their data. We're going to actually have a contest and give rewards out, really nice rewards for that neighborhood that actually saved the most water within this month. It'd be nice if we could do that as part of the show, push out.
I think with that, anything's possible, right?
Okay.
So
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and Council, this is a great discussion and lots of good ideas coming up, but it's a presentation. It's not an action item. And I'm afraid we'd have to agendize it differently for such a robust discussion as this.
So none of this was actually direction tonight.
Thank you.
And with any other questions, no further questions, thank you very much for your presentation tonight. And our next item on the agenda is our general public comment. And during general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person, depending on the number of persons wishing to address the council. Time will be allocated in equal shares totaling no more than 20 minutes. And may I ask our clerk if we received online comments?
Mayor McDonald, we did not receive any general public comment prior to the meeting.
Did we not?
There was one mistakenly posted under general public comment. It was on the consent calendar, so I will mention that one later.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to ask our moderator to weigh in with the invitation to Zoom.
Thank you, Mayor McDonald. I am going to start a 30-second timer, at the end of which we'll see how many hands we have raised. Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Members of the public attending online should raise their virtual hand by pressing the raise hand button or *9 if they're participating by phone. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation, and there will be a countdown on the screen so that people know how much time they have left. And right now in the audience, we have 3 hands raised.
Thank you. And we have 2 cards from those folks in the chambers. And so I'd like to start with the folks in the chambers. And with 5 at 3 minutes, it's a 3-minute comment period. And I'd like to invite Peter Chernoff to speak first.
All right, good evening. I saw this postcard here with all the churches in this area and temples and such, and I'd like to give a long overdue thank you to the kind people at St. Vincent's de Paul on my behalf. And that all these churches and temples and mosques nationwide have yet to follow the 10 commandments. To break one breaks them all. The 2 commandments are still too hard for everybody. But my warriors and soldiers are about to embrace the number 1 of the 40-day strike. That makes the 10 be as one. I am Peter. I'm a constitutionalist and a servant unto Creator. I am a seed sower, flamethrowers, liberator. As a fan of Carlos Santana's Abraxas, I am commanding permission granted for all Americans to cease paying taxes. American veterans did not put their lives on the line to pay bar liar lawyers of the IRS or the Fed. Same holds true for American truckers and labor. The 40-day freedom strike lays down the saber. Petaluma Police Auditor sounds perfect, so all may get clear on law enforcement's responsibility towards politicians mocking the 13th Amendment, aka Article 13, that clearly states no one with a title of nobility, aka Esquire, may participate in public office. That means lawyers. The IRS and the Fed criminal enterprises are run by ruthless capitalist bar lawyers whose very existence be truly null and void. Thanks to Robert Kennedy Jr.'s Children Defense Fund, we now are clear on the vaccine dangers. However, now there are actively delivering vaccines with no needles by blending these vile brews into commercial milk, drinks, cheese, processed foods, and that's a fact, by inserting mRNA to ingest without your knowledge to you and your children. I am sharing truth without being vague. Are you ready for the quarantines? Introducing the plague, already spreading through encampments in 7 American cities, 3 in California, as 275 4-person FEMA plastic coffins have been warehoused in the East Bay for several years, just waiting. My warriors are prepared for this date, tasked indeed to freeze frame greed, May 8. Embrace with a smile on your face, fulfilling destiny's date. I am Peter, as I am always, to regale the power of Christ Almighty, arrived by rail on Bob Dylan's slow train coming. All shadows truly be running, and let us start 10,000 new gardens, for it is time for us to to embrace our spiritual pardons and stop buying all this irradiated poison food from around this nation and the planet and grow the very best things here with greenhouses and Luther Burbank and our veterans to thank. I am Peter. I say it, you hear it. It is so, it is done.
And thank you very much. Catherine Babowski.
Yes, my name is Catherine Barassi. I live at Blue Woods Villa, Mobile Park at 1821 Lake Bluff, High Space 31. This so-called manager named Drusilla Cruz has been having her family parked illegally on the fire lanes day and night. Some more. 24 hours a day. And the police departments have been called numerous times. And they keep saying they're not going to respond because they're going to keep allowing this manager and her family to break the law. And like yesterday, she had her, my neighbor, Space 12, is telling his friends at 14 they parked against my mobile and deal their drugs against my mobile home. And the cops won't do nothing about that. And I don't want to, that's putting my life and my safety in danger, and that's not a legal parking area in the first place. They're not supposed to be dealing drugs in there in the first place. And I got the picture, and I already sent a picture to my attorney also showing this, that the police department is not doing their job. They need to get out here, stop allowing this manager to be breaking the law. And my neighbor's drug dealer friend is 12, stop breaking the law. And also, too, another question. The police department is always asking for the public's help, but when the public's help wants to ask for the police department's help, they don't want to help. And another thing I want to ask, how come your police department doesn't have an internal affairs to investigate the police department? Thank you.
Thank you. That is the last speaker from in chambers. I'd like to head back to our Zoom audience. Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker is Darren Rakusin, followed by Taryn Obaid. Darren, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you, Patrick. I wanted to start off with giving a round of applause again to the whole Public Works Department. I was one of many citizens who had concerns about the AMI project, admittedly, some misunderstandings, and also some ideas. You know, often we hear about a new project and you hear about grant funds. The gears start turning and you start thinking, how can we leverage these for other things we want in the city? And anyway, all of those ideas and concerns got thrown at the Public Works Department, and they really took all that into consideration, even brought on consultants and really had a great public outreach a couple weeks ago before this presentation tonight. And I think really did a great job in addressing concerns, communicating the effectiveness of the program, and then really kind of game planning. Are there other things we could do with this grant money? Which it turns out this not really, but I just really appreciated them taking the time to do that and really engage citizens and listen and be transparent and give that thoughtful attention. And the other thing I wanted to address tonight, it's kind of been in the air with folks involved with the city, and that is potential changes coming to commissions, committees, and boards. And I wanted to advocate, I'm a current member of the Tree Advisory Committee, and I've said a couple times over the past year that I think expanding the scope of that committee to being more of a natural resource and open space committee is just such a rich idea in terms of increasing engagement, increasing our ability to suddenly talk about things like the river, like open space management, and would also mean that we could open the committee up to different skill sets, folks who work with wildlife or work at land trusts or work in water resources. And while we already have a climate commission that does a lot of good work, you know, in my mind, I kind of think of the Climate Commission as resilience and adaptation, human responses to a changing environment. Whereas we have an opportunity to create a commensurate body that would be focused on conservation and regeneration, that is understanding the natural resources that we have, how to cultivate them, how to enhance them. And I think, again, many different disciplines would be represented on each committee, you know, with the Climate Commission, green builders, decarbonization experts, whereas in the Natural Resource Committee, again, you have folks who are arborists, water resource experts. And I think those two committees harmonizing to address city policy and influence direction of policy would really be a powerful duo And I think would strengthen, while I think the tree committee does a lot of great work, I think they would kind of do that and more. It would really have a great amplifying effect. So if there are any changes coming up to committees, commissions, and boards, wanted to advocate for that change. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. Our next speaker is Taryn Obaid. Taryn, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. I wanted to make a comment tonight regarding the budget. We haven't had a chance to look at it closely yet because we just got it tonight. I understand that. I am not an accountant, but what I would really love to ask the City Council, please, when you review it over the next week, if you could please get very specific, in particular regarding the Parks Department. Our Parks Department has been woefully understaffed for a long time. And while I did just look through the budget document, pardon me, I see that there's some kind of language there that I find vague, and I don't, it doesn't put to rest my questions as to how many positions are staffed, how many positions remain open. There are descriptors used, such as recommended staff, in terms of recommended number of staff, but it's not really clear how many staff. And if you could really drill down into that, that would be appreciated, because my concern is what I witness serving on the tree committee and what I witness attending GPAC meetings and Parks Commission meetings, as well as talking with the community, is that the trees in this town are 100% dependent on the park staff. And if some of that salary money is actually going to overtime rather than hiring a new position as is intended, that really doesn't get us anywhere. We don't have sufficient staff to manage the trees, and the idea of broadening to natural resources is a really needed one per the GPAC. It's a very needed perspective and attention put against our town. But if we don't get more park staff, we're never going to be able to pull off the tree ordinance. So please, when you're looking through the budget document, make sure we're talking about actual hires and not just shuffling funds so that we can cover people's working through lunch or people doing other overtime, or just keeping positions open. And remember, please, the artificial turf rentals, those go to buying more plastic PFAS forever chemical turf, but the rentals on our parks that have natural grass, that goes to the general fund. So there's really some accounting that we could be paying closer attention to for greater efficiency. Thank you.
And that is the last hand that is raised. The third one was put down. So back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. And that closes public comment for the evening. I'd like to bring it back to the council and ask the council member for their report. I'm going to start with Council Member Barnacle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have not had any liaison meetings since we last met. I do want to commend everybody who helped make the Butter and Eggs Day Parade a success. I had a great time. I know a lot of other people did too. I want to acknowledge that of all the public officials, including our police chief and our fire chief, our mayor, our supervisor, I was the one who won the cow chip contest. And also want to say happy May Day to all the people out in the labor movement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council Member Janice Cater Thompson.
Thank you.
Top that.
The Planning Commission, we had a meeting last week, and the item was about vacation. Well, it's a vacation resolution. So there was an alleyway. And I guess in 79, 6 of the homes opted out of being part of the alley. And so 6 more this year decided that they wanted to be opted out. But I decided to vote no on it because I felt as though the city should have really gone to the other 6 homeowners that still have now access to the alley, that they should have all bought into this. And so it would have all been done at one time instead of bringing it back. And now how many more years later we're going to bring it back again. I think it was a little bit inefficient, but that'll be coming to the council for final approval. The other thing is on Saturday, they had the chess tables on Water Street were dedicated. I played 3 games with my grandson, 2 games with somebody else, and I lost all 3, but I did not lose in 5 moves, so I thought that was a success. Before I came to this meeting, I was at Petaluma Valley Hospital. I was out with the nurses and other staff members just protesting that our birthing center is closed as of today. Actually, it was Friday. And there's real concern that the ER is going to be next on the chopping block. That's a 42-mile radius, that we do not have OB in our community. And that is really unacceptable. And I'm very disappointed with Providence or whatever they're called now. And it's a real, it's really negative for a community of our size not to have OB and now be concerned that the ER might be closing. And we don't know really what's going to happen with the entire hospital. So that was disappointing, and it was cold outside, but I was very happy to be there supporting staff. And the other thing is, last week I was at a meeting, actually staff met with people from the mobile home park, and it was a really good conversation. I felt as though I learned a lot. I just kind of sat in the corner and listened. They brought up a lot of good concerns and a lot of good information for city staff to hear before we open up the mobile home park ordinance for changes that are needed. And the Adobe Creek neighborhood, they've been sending letters to us concerned about the battery storage facilities out on Adobe Road and Freitas Road. And it's not just one, but it's actually 2 facilities. I don't really know enough about the facilities to know what direction I would go. I don't feel as though the neighbors in the Adobe Creek are quite concerned. And I think it would be good for all of us to educate ourselves or get educated on what this really means with these battery storage facilities. It's part of the county, so we don't really have a lot of say, but it does interface with residents in our community. I guess that's all I have to say.
Thank you for bringing up the PVH situation. All right, I understand that more babies were born at the Petaluma Providence facility than at their Santa Rosa facility. It's just unfathomable what's going on. Councilmember Now.
Thank you, Mayor. Since our last city council meeting, along with Mr. Mayor, I attended the Coffee with the Chiefs, which was very insightful, and it was an open communication by the fire and police chief to the audience on how safety is their number one priority and how they can make it better. And it was really nice to see how well the fire and police are working together. And then on Saturday afternoon this past weekend, my neighbor's house was on fire. Both the fire and police were there within minutes, along with Rancho Adobe and Sonoma Fire. And they were quickly responding to the residents' needs, securing the street area, and fighting a stubborn structure fire, which had a lot of fire material within the home and garage and attic space. And I can't thank all the safety and city employees who were all there working together to keep my neighborhood safe. The Red Cross that was taking care of the residents. And I'd like to also remind everybody to check on your smoke detectors, check on your elderly neighbors, make sure their smoke detectors are working. My neighbors had removed their smoke detectors because they were chirping and had not put them back up on the wall. And so I feel really bad that I wasn't there for my neighbors, but you can't invade their privacy. And also to the neighbor that was passing by and noticed the smoke and alerted to the residents to wake up because they were actually napping in the afternoon. And it could have been fatal, but everybody got out safely. The Park and Recreation meeting on April 19th, the staff presented the operational overview recommendations for prioritized investments. Hence, the budget for 2023-2024 for parks, projects, and facilities. And I think one of our Zoom callers said that the Parks Department deserves more in their budget, and they deserve a huge thanks for providing so much on their already limited budget for parks and facilities. The staff also presented an update on the Kenilworth Revitalization Project. This is a huge project with lots of public involvement, and the final design and permitting construction is set for 2024. And today, the trees that were decaying and dying in the park were removed. So it was a huge all-day procedure to remove those trees safely out of the park in Kenilworth between the park and the library and the Kenilworth Center. And then thank you to all that made the Butter and Eggs Day and the Antique Fair a huge success. And to Councilmember Cater Thompson, I had to explain to my daughter-in-law that she would not be having her baby at Petaluma Valley in August, and why that was something I had no control over. But I'm very sorry to see my 7th grandchild not born at Petaluma Valley Hospital. And I wish there was something more we could do, but support the staff.
Councilmember Pozike.
Thank you, sir. Continuum of Care has been having a massive number of meetings recently in relation to funding decisions for many of our county homeless providers. I think we're doing the best we can under the circumstances. It kind of, I think, hit us by surprise because in the year and a half I've been on that continuum, we were interested in the funding decisions, but a lot of the money streams were being continued as they were before COVID, as COVID continued. So we're getting some different things come up now, and the one that I'm most bothered by is our recusal policy, which leads to a quarter to a third of the continuum making most of these decisions when that small group is as biased as the rest of us because of the way the world has changed. So I'm doing some research in that regard. As regards to the Youth Commission, there is continued reimagining of the Youth Commission and talk about how we can better engage both the youth and the adults on that commission. I also ran into Council Member Cater Thompson at the hospital this afternoon, and I just would add that our entire medical system is in chaos. And in that regard, I'm attending a countywide all-day meeting tomorrow up in Santa Rosa about mental health. But we're clearly in chaos. We may need to consider at this council, even for what it's worth, if it can help us in any way to declare a medical healthcare emergency in the town and the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, thank you. First, I'd like to support Councilman Cater Thompson on her comment about lithium batteries. I have talked to the actual developer and just on one thing, but turns out he is going to be the developer of one of those projects. And then I've talked to a couple other folks and done a little research on that. And there's a lot of information, and we need to be transparent. There's some safety issues and hazards, but I think they can be overcome. But we need to really get in front of that for our community, because there is a lot of people and a lot of information that's currently being circulated by the citizens on this matter. And I've also recommended that we may, not only City Council, but also the take a look at this issue, but also have the Climate Commission also, I've also recommended that they take a look at this particular issue so that we know what we're getting into here. Anyways, the other things got pretty active the last few weeks. There is 2 groups of educators that work to teach environmental education, particularly about climate change, and found out that there is now a UC course like iNaturalist, but it's going to be the climate stewards now. So so the UC system is going to be offering a class where you can take it and then become a spokesman for climate change. So it's coming on this year. So you can start applying to that. I participated in the Butter Eggs Parade. It was great. I had so much fun walking with the council members and staff up in the front. I went back to the back end and rode my bike with another Safe Streets group, which is even more fun, back in the group. But there was over 170 applicants, participants going through, and that's a huge number of people that participate locally in our parade. So thank you for the public for participating, and thank you for everyone that showed up, making it a wonderful event. And for the folks that actually organized it, they do a bang-up job on it. I think it's our visitor center that does most of that organizational work, and they need a lot of credit for that. Did participate, also several council members showed up at the Haven at the groundbreaking, which is a new apartment complex, market rate going in. I did talk to one of their marketers, and they talk about what a wonderful town Petaluma is, but I said, as wonderful as we are, we need to also get you guys engaged. So I suggested to the marketers, they really need to get those folks involved in the town and get engagement, and maybe we can coordinate with the city and do a volunteerism, activism, and engagement website so that everyone can use it, and so that our new folks that come to town will get involved immediately in town activities and maybe become creek stewards next door. There was Earth Day, just happened, and so I participated in 3 events for Earth Day, particularly with tree planting, also Arbor Day. So I planted trees at 2 different schools and also in McNair Park. We had the tree committee came out and did some planted with the staff, and some other folks from the community came out, and we planted 3 trees over there at McNair. Chess table's also there. I played a few games, and I actually won one, which is, I thought, after 50 years of not playing, I thought that was pretty good. But I lost 2 easily. Then I also went over to the Transhuman Festival, and run by the Friends of the Petaluma River, and all sorts of things. I was able to buy locally made yarn from one of our local sheep herders. Everything. It was really nice to learn all about sheep herding and how to make yarn. There was moving on to the North Bay Water Reuse Authority, which was just last week, and 2 things came up. There is a agricultural sustainability and drought plan that has now been put in place. It was started by the UC Extension Service through Novato, covering both Sonoma and Marin counties for sustainability during drought, with lots of ideas in there. And turns out we're, as a city, connecting with our watershed, connecting with our agriculture community. We actually we're doing pretty good here locally. So actually in this plan, actually Petaluma City was thanked for the water that we were able to provide for a lot of the ranchers, because we used our groundwater and provided it in trucking to a lot of the ranchers so they could have their livestock survive the drought. And so we got a really nice thank you in there in this plan for sustainability, and that we need to do more of things like that. Another one was that we are providing reused water, recycled water up to our vineyards. And there's a whole plan there. We need to use more of recycled water for agriculture as well, because they're under stress just as much as the city is under drought. So coordinating, working with agricultural, the watershed, as well as our city, needs to be in our plans, not just thinking about the city, because our city water, our recycled water and our groundwater could also be used in those agricultural settings. And there is plans in place that they're taking, just like we are taking in our general plan for to going green and saving water and saving energy. There's carbon farming in there, healthy soils in there, water reuse, reduction methods, capture and storage, all being promoted by the university systems and locally here through our ag agencies. There was over 19 agencies involved in this plan. So that's moving forward. So that was one of the topics that came up, one of the reports.
The major topic of the day, though, was sea level rise. Turns out our water treatment plants are all pretty much really close to sea level all around the bay. That's where they're normally located. And so they're at most probably 10 feet above sea level right now for a lot of these plants. And so there's concerns for the, and I'd say not the near future, but the almost near future. So we need to start acting now. So there's lots of plans to compensate for that. And was brought up that the SFEI is actually looking at our particularly water treatment plant and looking at creating some sort of a ecotone embankment system. So anyway, that's just so make sure everyone is aware that San Francisco Estuary Institute has brought that forth as proposed that as an idea that may be moving forward. Another idea that I found out that San Francisco Estuary Institute also came up with a different meeting was that the Adobe Creek for sedimentation management, we may want to turn Almond Marsh, at least half of it, into a delta area so that the sediments are actually brought and captured and turn that more into a special water management, sediment management, and wetlands management area that way. So that was another proposal that I heard from SFEI scientists. So just something to be aware of that coming down the line that we may want to look at because it will affect us directly right there. Then moving on to the this morning, Councilman Healy usually goes and is the chair of that meeting, but he was absent today, so I filled in. So a report from this morning's meeting. There is good water capacity. We're over 100% in all of our water storage facilities right now, and we're even spilling water out as protections and managing all that. There's plans being put in place. There's a huge effort by many of the engineers in planning for mitigation for water. It's all moving forward. There is a report that we used less than 25% of the water being used now, or it's less now than what we used in 2013. So 10 years, basically, we're using 25% water now than we did 10 years ago across the county. And most of the cities are plus or minus a little bit of that. And we're very close to that here in Petaluma. So we're doing a really good job of conserving water and getting better at it. There is an eco garden tour on May 13th coming up on the Saturday, the 13th. And we have several locations here in Petaluma. That's part of that Sonoma County Eco Garden Tour, but you have to register to find the exact locations. There's places you can go get compost and lots of other activities engaged with that. We have a proactive water plan that has worked well, that we were active in going forth. We're now, Sonoma County is promoted at the state level as being exemplary in our water management and heading with water plans. And so I was reminded that we received as sort of like as a nice gesture and gift, and that we have such good plans that we've received over $40 million of grants from California State for water conservation efforts here in the county. And there's a mitigation plan for hazards that is coming up. Let's go to that sheet. That's this one. Oh, there's lots of actions going on. There we go. Okay, and mitigations. Mitigation plan is being developed, and it's for flood, fire, landscapes, earthquakes, sewage collection, and the pipes and flow rates. So it's all being worked on for in Petaluma's water. There's 2 or 3 water pipes coming down to us that's part of the mitigation plan, and looking at earthquakes, flood, and fire of concern. So they're looking at our water supply directly. So that's a good thing. There is another big topic that came up was the Russian River Water Forum, which is a new group that's being formed with a big federal grant right now. It's a multi-county association. The motivation behind forming this group was Potter Valley Project and the water source that's coming there. Because the water, the substation and the dam is pretty well closing down. No more electricity is being produced. However, the water's still flowing gently. It's going to stop, which means the water supply slows down. But to compensate for that, we're going to form a larger, not just for Sonoma County, but Mendocino and Lake counties will be engaged with this, and trying to create an organization that will overlook and oversee not a regulatory, but just an advisory group, basically a stakeholder group that's get together, which is going to include Indian tribes as well as governments. And so we'll work on that. And that's what's coming. It'll be a Brown Act body. So that's something to look forward to. And their first planning meeting is coming up on the 17th. Turns out Petaluma will have a alternate seat on this forum, but it turns out because of Mike Healy is also the chair of this WAC committee, he will be, we voted him in as having a seat on this forum. So we will have some participation in what's going forward on this very large regional Russian River Water Forum. Okay, other things, and there is a new radar system that's going to come online for detecting atmospheric rivers as they come in. So we'll have better detection ability, knowing when the water is coming, and be able to take action for flood management when they do arrive. Okay, that's those. Okay, and last, let's say one more committee meeting. I was at the Climate Action Committee for the liaison. And they have three things they wanted to present to the city council. One is they voted on artificial turf. They looked at some of the research and some of the hazards along with it, and they're kind of recommending that we look at artificial turf as a proposal, the new ones that are coming in, and maybe converting that to a natural system. So they've asked the city council to take a closer look at that issue and see if we can do something about that at this time, since are in the process of actually getting an artificial turf applied to the field. Then another one was there was some policies from Relief Petaluma and Urban Chat, both sent in letters with Petaluma Relief. It was green policies that applied with the general plan, and also Urban Chat sent in recommendations, again, looking at things for like what we do with the general plan. And so they would like us just to get that submitted to the city council, all these ideas. I think I've seen all those ideas already in the general plan when I was participating there. But just as a reminder that there is a large support in the community from these groups for our green policy and looking at our general transportation and housing and other issues, 15-minute communities and the like. So they would like to see a little bit more support for that down the road, and just if we keep the general plan moving forward, that would be great. So that's my reports of the meetings I've been to.
Thank you. And I'm glad there's so many things have been mentioned already, but I just want to add for the chess table ceremony, one of the key objectives there is to activate Water Street and bring people in there. And it was nice to see certain groups tabling there, the active transportation fans, Safe Streets Petaluma, and then also the trestle advocates, private team that wants to get the trestle built there, all tabling. And that was a great opportunity. And as mentioned, also the Deer Creek Apartments, and I think one of the things we noticed is they'll have an impact on your access to the dog park there on Rainier. Be advised. But I attended the RAN board meeting today, the Remote Area Network, which is a sheriff's office coordination with all police jurisdictions throughout the county for all their coordinated communication efforts, and approved the budget for the coming year, which is always an achievement. I attended a library board meeting. I'm on that advisory board, and many local events. The library is a gem in our community, and their key question for the city was, is the library refresh project still on schedule? And I hope our budget discussions will answer that over the next 2 weeks. Let's see. And I just want to congratulate some of our council people. For the County Mayors Association appointed Janice Cater Thompson to the Metropolitan Transportation Commission alternate, right, or ABAG, and also John Shribs and myself added to the Open Space Board. So those were good appointments at that meeting. And lastly, COTS had a big fundraiser this week, and I only bring that up because it's such an imperative problem in our community to solve that I hope everyone is in support of that, and I'm looking forward to our conversation on that effort tonight. And with that, I'd like to pass it over for the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. Brian Cochran, Assistant City Manager, sitting in for Peggy tonight. Just one quick note, now that it is the month of May, we have opened our annual recruitment for our committees, commissions, and boards. So we are looking to welcome a diverse range of experience to those committees, commissions, and boards, and encourage anybody in our community to apply. Applications are available on the city's website and are due 5 p.m. Wednesday, May 31st. And then appointments will be made by the City Council in June for terms to begin July 1st. Additional information can be found on the city's website at cityofpetaluma.org/ccbs, cityofpetaluma.org/ccbs. So thank you.
Great, and thank you very much. Moving to our consent calendar here. Does anyone have any questions or particularly on this before we move it to public comment? Great, let's open public comment on the consent calendar. I do not have any cards in-house, and do we have any submitted early?
Yes, Mayor, we received one public comment related to item 10 on the consent calendar, which is posted online with the agenda packet.
Wonderful, thank you. And let's bring it to the moderator for our Zoom audience.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, members of the public wishing to speak on consent calendar items only, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 if participating by phone. Members of the public in the council chambers, if you haven't brought a card up, please do so now. Just as a reminder, please be respectful. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting. And this meeting is being translated, so please take your time and pause after each sentence so our translators can keep up. Members of the public will be muted after their time expires or when their comments have concluded. And at this time, we have one hand raised in the virtual audience.
Thank you. And we have one in-house, so 3 minutes will be our timer tonight. And I'd like to invite Steve Arago to speak first.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Steve Arago. I live at 1140 Daniel Drive, and I'm here to speak on item number 10 tonight, Otto's Meadows Park. That park, I first moved in that neighborhood in 1989, and the park was substandard then. It's been 34 years since then, and it hasn't gotten any better. There's less trees than there were when it was first planted. The play equipment is rusted and needs some severe replacement. And so, as a neighbor, I'm very happy to see that this project is before you tonight for consideration of replacing that material, and because it's big, it's sorely needed. And I also wanted to make a comment that I really want to pay kudos to park staff for being able to extend the budget, because when we first heard there was probably about $90,000 of Measure M money, we got excited. The neighbors got excited that something's going to happen here. But quickly, being an ex-Parks and Rec commissioner here in town, I realized that that money goes a long ways and has to be addressed to a lot of needs throughout the town for many park projects. And so, we may have had some real Taj Mahal ideas, but any needed improvements are really welcomed in this neighborhood. And so, my hat's off to staff because they were able to find other ways to get more than just park replacement equipment. They were able to get a park shade structure and some picnic tables, and I'm hoping Relief Petaluma will plant some trees in the park. And my only comment or question would be to the council, if there's any money in the next 2 or 3 years, if you could find it in your budgets to add a couple parks or park benches to the park, that would be wonderful, because the only thing that they have there is the concrete wall that's around the play structure, and that's not standard park bench material. So if you can find that, that'd be great. I also want to pay kudos to the fellow who does the maintenance at that park. He does it very well. He's very cordial, always talks to me whenever I go by and talk to him about what he's doing, and he's very diligent about all the tasks that he does. So I'm here really just to support the effort to replace those structures, because it really needs it. And the neighborhood will be very happy to, if you can find it in your powers to support that effort. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And to our Zoom audience?
Thank you, Mayor. The hand raised is Taryn Obaid. Taryn, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Hi, my comment is also regarding number 10, Anna's Meadows Park. I just really want to commend the robust discussion at the Parks Commission meeting where the original idea was to put in rubber surface underneath the playground. And the park commissioners really engaged and pursued a cost benefit analysis. And it turns out that we saved over $70,000 by switching out the rubber with natural wood chips at decreased maintenance cost, annual maintenance costs. So I really point to that as a really representing the kind of gains that we get when we take a total cost view of projects beyond financial cost. Imagine how much more tactilely pleasant and less carcinogenic actually it's going to be for the kids playing on a play structure that has a natural surface underneath it. I would really like to encourage that in the future we further our thinking, and instead of swapping out the current playground, which is really in need of replacement, which is orange plastic structure, instead of replacing that with the one that they're going to replace it with, which is a lime green plastic structure, we really push for some innovations, such as the playgrounds that I've gone to that have been designed by Northwest Playground, which is NW for Northwest, playground.com. Go and look at the kinds of natural wood playgrounds there that provide a unique tactile and sensory experiences for kids and has a richer play experience for kids. That's what I would love to see for our children, to inspire more imagination, to feel more connecting with natural things like trees. And I just think, and Northwest Play Structures actually connects cities with grants. So it looks very cost affordable to me. I just really want to thank that we've moved away from the forever chemicals and the carcinogenic rubber for this park. Thank you very much for that. This is a real good milestone, something really to be proud of, and very happy about it. And if we can please extend it for the play structures. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Taryn. Our next hand raised is Asaya Gonzalez. Asaya, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to take a moment to echo everything of the last commenter. As you can hear, my 4-year-old caring for a 2- and 4-year-old and currently cleaning their room. But I want to say thank you to that person for having the time and the hindsight about the materials, because while being in knee deep in caring for the children, I don't have the time, I don't have the energy to look into those. So to know that there is someone years beyond me and who has raised children and who has given thought to this, I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much for your thoughtfulness. Thank you for making sure that we take into consideration where we're letting our kids play and what we're letting them play on. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. We have another hand raised. It's Veronica O. Veronica, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Good evening, council and community. I just wanted to echo Taryn's comment about reimagining our playgrounds to be climate smart playgrounds, including natural elements, and to actually think of how we could also engage some of the wonderful talent that we have in Petaluma through contests and other types of activities to get engaged on how we can reimagine our parks not only creating trees around the playgrounds, but making natural elements part of the design, to actually really look at how can we bring nature more into it rather than using materials such as plastic. I think that would really, I know that this has been being worked on and there's been a lot of great efforts. I'm not taking away from that, but just going forward, to really start to think about how we're going to do our parks in a more natural way. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment, and that is the last hand raised, so I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to bring it back up to council. Councilmember Barnacle.
Just to continue on the comments for item 10, I appreciate staff moving forward with that, in particular adding the shade structure. When that first came forward to the Parks and Rec Commission, there was just a playground replacement, and we had, one of the things that over and over again we hear in all of the surveys when I was on the Parks Commission, I'm sure you'll see it too, is people want shade in the parks, they want seating and things like that, and it's really great to see it come forward to council with a shade structure so that we make it better for the people that are watching the kids and not just the kids. So thank you. And with that, I'll move the consent calendar.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Councilman Posake for a second. And may we have a roll call vote?
Barnacle,
Yes.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Now moving on to our public hearings and matters for consideration. Item 11, Petaluma Strategic Action Plan to End Homelessness. Our Year 1 progress report and presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and community members. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you this evening the Year 1 update on our Homeless Services Strategic Plan. We're looking forward to a presentation and having a conversation, just comments and insights on our work to date. Presenting with you this evening is Brian O., our Community Development Director, myself. We also have attending virtually, we have Sarah Wolf, our housing specialist, Angie Moeller, who is our housing consultant, and we have Andrew Henning, who's been instrumental in supporting the city in the development of the Homeless Services Strategic Plan. Next slide. Our presentation outline this evening, so I'll be providing just a brief kind of background as to why the city needed a plan and how we got there. And then Andrew's going to go ahead and be presenting on the development, the actions we took to develop the plan and the plan framework. Then he'll be sharing the Year 1 milestones as well as our new data dashboard to review our accomplishments. He'll turn it back over to me and I'll talk a little bit about our Year 2 priorities and next steps, and then we look forward to having a conversation with questions and feedbacks from the council. Next slide. I think you can go, sorry, Andrew. So a little bit about why. The city identified the need and priority to work in partnership with our community to provide services to the most vulnerable members of our community. In order to do that, we took a look at the data. What was the need? What was reflected in the community? So the Housing and Urban Development, otherwise referred to as HUD, they require an annual point-in-time count in the county. And what that is it's basically a snapshot every January where people go out very early in the morning and kind of do an assessment and get a rough count of our unsheltered community members. For countywide, the numbers came in at about 2,900. In Petaluma, there was about 300 people there, 300 people, plus or minus. While this is just a statistic, based on clients served, the Petaluma Community Health anticipates the real number is much higher based on the patients that they work with. Some of the actions we did take before we developed the full plan, I did want to bring those up. The city was very forward thinking. We adopted a shelter crisis declaration in September of 2021. We got started early on our People's Village project, which provided 25 non-congregate shelter units. And we also engaged the services of Andrew Henning, who is a consultant that was really instrumental in working with the housing team and the larger city team in really supporting the facilitation of the framework and community engagement to ensure that we had a good plan coming forward. That plan was brought forward in June of 2020 and approved by council. Some of the key items in the area of the plan, the staff report was very robust, and we also attached a report of the full plan for you. But really high level, the key areas was to create a plan that was housing focused, securing new or existing permanent supportive housing units, improving the city role in coordinated entry. That's really the system that serves as a front door to housing in the county to get our community members housed. Addressing root causes and prevention of homelessness, and responding to and supporting the city work moving forward. So with that, what I'd like to do is go ahead and transition the presentation over to Andrew Henning. He's going to be highlighting the plan development, the structured, followed by the one-year milestones and data dashboard report. Andrew, I'll hand it over to you.
Hey, thank you so much, Karen, and good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. It's great to be here with you this evening. And I just wanted to say up front, it's been about 2 years that I've been working with the city, and it's been a really positive experience. I've really enjoyed working with staff and all the local service providers. And I also want to say, and this is maybe a strange thing to say as a strategic planning consultant, that before I really started working with the city of Petaluma, I had a lot of skepticism about the power of strategic plans. As a homeless service provider in the Bay Area for over a decade at that point, I'd seen a lot of plans come and go, a lot of reports come and go, and they often felt like sort of costly and time-consuming processes that didn't really change anything. And I've really felt like working in Petaluma, that has not been the case. And the plan that the council adopted last year, we've worked really diligently, really hard to implement what was in that plan. And I'm excited to share with you tonight the progress that we've made. So I'll walk through this very briefly, but just wanted to share a couple slides from the report itself. The first, just to say about the discovery process that we went through. Obviously, a few standard things that I think any plan would cover, looking at the data, past efforts, interviewing stakeholders. I do want to say we really put a strong emphasis on trying to gather lived experience feedback. So that's feedback from people that are currently or were formerly experiencing homelessness in the community. That was a big part of our process that I think led to a really strong and nuanced plan. And then the other thing that's not here, but is in the actual full presentation, is that we were sort of building the plane as we were flying it. So again, I started working with the city about 2 years ago, and we really, through the process of working on Project Home Key, on launching People's Village in partnership with COTS, we're really learning and investing as we were going. And that further helped to inform our efforts in the community. So just a couple things, I just wanted to highlight some of the strengths and some of the challenges that were present in the system as of a year ago. The first is that I really think Petaluma has this really kind of great mix of having some strong institutional knowledge and providers. You could think of Petaluma People Services or COTS or the Petaluma Health Center, but there's also been a strong willingness to innovate. So bringing in new providers like Downtown Streets team, launching the SAFE program. So I think that's a really great dynamic balance to have in a community. And the other thing, and again, I don't always say this to all of the communities where I'm working, so I really mean it when I say it, but I really do feel like the city of Petaluma, its leadership, the council itself, has really made homelessness a top priority. And in the process has put financial resources, has put staff time, and is really trying to do something about this rather than maybe, pushing this to another community or saying it's someone else's challenge to solve. So I think that's a really strong strength of the current system. Some of the challenges that were present when we did the plan, and still to some extent are present, is that, Petaluma is removed from the main county service corridor in Santa Rosa, which makes it harder for local folks to engage with some of those more transformative services that are offered through the county. There's also been a historic challenge of having enough landlord engagement to help place housing vouchers or other resources. And the other thing, and I really want to emphasize this because it came through the lived experience work, is that there's really been this challenge historically in terms of at times kind of uncoordinated or overlapping outreach efforts that aren't fully connecting with people. I should say that when those outreach resources do connect with people, they're very profound and they're very transformational. So I really want to say for our outreach partners, that has historically been the case, is that once people are engaged in the system, it's very powerful. But for a lot of people, they've really struggled to get into the system, into the front door. And that's been a real issue for the community. In terms of opportunities, again, there's a lot here, but I think some of the big ones are that the county itself is really, through new staff and leadership and just kind of a new philosophy and approach, have become a really positive, great partner. And then I see Maria's hand. If I want to pause. Okay, maybe I'll keep going. Okay. And then there's also
Andrew,
been a lot
this is the moderator. If Maria's hand was raised, she's probably asking you to slow down a little bit because she's translating. Thank you.
Oh, sure. Okay, not a problem. Yeah, sounds good. So in addition to the county and the work that the county's been doing, I think also just to note that there's been a lot of increased funding opportunities over the past couple years. That's sort of one of the sad and ironic silver linings of the COVID pandemic. So Project Home Key, the state encampment grant program. Again, basically, there's been a lot of new funding opportunities to help create new programs and services for people that need help. In terms of threats or sort of challenges for moving forward, again, I think probably the number one way that I would summarize everything that's on this slide and that's in the report itself is to basically say, I think a lot of communities get into a situation where they end up with a collection of programs versus an actual integrated system of care. And so a lot of, I think what you see here and in a lot of communities is that, again, they're doing a lot of things. They have a lot of programs. There are a lot of maybe staff working on this, but all of those different parts are not connected into an integrated, effective system. And so I think that's the biggest challenge for any community, including Petaluma, moving forward to address homelessness, is really making sure everything is connected and effectively working together. So with that background, we landed on a fairly ambitious vision statement for Petaluma's Homeless Action Plan. And that plan really, or that statement, I should say, really centered around this idea of chronic homelessness. So just to say briefly, chronic homelessness is long-term homelessness. Technically, it's homelessness that's lasting more than a year. And it's accompanied by a person having a disabling condition. So that could be a health issue, it could be a mental health or substance use issue, or it could be, in some cases, even a traumatic brain injury or something to that effect. So the goal of our plan is really to work as effectively and urgently as we can to reach what is called functional zero chronic homelessness. And we set a timeline of by the end of 2025, which, yes, is very ambitious. And the idea with functional zero is that you're able to house every person that is currently experiencing homelessness. And then the system is dynamic enough such that if any people in the future fall into the experience of chronic homelessness or fall into that kind of long-term homelessness, we can rapidly resolve that homelessness by getting people rehoused. And so the ultimate goal again here is that you're housing all people that are chronically homeless and then creating a system moving forward that ensures homelessness becomes rare, brief, and one time for anyone that might fall into that experience later on. And one way that we've worked to try to conceptualize this is to basically think about, in some ways, the kind of quote unquote customer journey map or the kind of typical arc that people go through when they experience homelessness. So if you think of, and the acronym that I use for this is called STEP. So if you think of S as being sort of the societal factors that might lead to someone's homelessness, such as the cost of housing, a job loss, criminal justice policies, the availability of healthcare services, those are all things that might increase or decrease the likelihood that someone might fall into an episode of homelessness. Oftentimes, homelessness is in fact triggered by some sort of crisis that happens. Maybe it's a eviction notice or a domestic violence situation, or again, a health crisis. And when that happens, a few different things can happen. One is a lot of people actually self-resolve their own homelessness. They find a way to work through their own network or some other pathway to actually avoid homelessness. So that's always one option. But the other way, and looking at this blue box, is that the system itself could actually prevent people from becoming homeless. So that's sort of the first line of defense. If that is not effective, then obviously someone ends up on the street. And that's where you fall into this engagement bucket. And that would include things like coordination and administration. So who's actually kind of project managing the process? It involves outreach. So that would be social workers that are going out into the community to engage folks. It also includes meeting people's basic needs. So that could be things like food programs or showers or other kind of basic services. And then there's also emergency shelter. So that would be a temporary place for people to stay before they actually then transition to the final step of P, placement, and that's your permanent housing opportunities. So this is really the pathway that we've started to envision that we're trying to build out in Petaluma. And the plan goes into a lot more detail about how to build out and what to focus on. And Karen touched on this, but you can see here there were 8 main strategic focus areas, each of which had 3 to 5 action items or work streams underneath of them that we've been trying to pursue in year 1 and then over the next 2 years as well. And certainly happy to go into more detail about what these have been, what they were originally proposed, and then I'll talk a little bit about what's actually been done. I did want to say, and we've talked about this internally with the staff team, that it is feeling like there is an arc forming in terms of the implementation of this plan. So year 1, we really kind of started to categorize as setting the baseline. So what were the most pressing investments that we needed to make? What were the most urgent policy and program changes we need to make? And then again, how are we actually measuring what we're doing? How are we going to look back at the end of year 3 and know that we've made progress and things are different than they were when we started the plan? Year 2, in that sort of theme, is to give enough time and space for our new investments to actually blossom. So we don't want to get into a situation where we begin to change policies and programs, we begin to fund new efforts, and then we get impatient and don't let those things actually take hold and have an effect. So year 2 is really about letting those investments actually play out, refining and doing more of what's working and less of what isn't. So we're kind of calling this year the optimized year. And then year 3 is our chance to really evaluate. So by year 3, we'll be able to look back at our baseline data, which we're starting to collect now. And then we can see, hopefully, if we've moved the needle, which I think hopefully we are. And then we'll be able to revisit our focus areas and pivot as needed, and then plan another action cycle. So a little bit about year 1 and what we've been able to accomplish over the last 12 months. So first, to just point to the early investments. So like I said, this plan was developed as we were actually working to create some new programs and services in the community. And so just for a second, I really want you to remember this picture for a minute, because we're going to return to another image of this gentleman here. But one of the big things that was identified in the plan, and it was identified in the community even before the plan, was trying to create lower barrier, non-congregate shelter in the community. So just to kind of clarify what that is a lot of typical shelter programs, like the Mary Isaac Center as an example, are congregate shelter programs, meaning that they're usually beds in a large room, typically bunk beds, and it's a shared space where a lot of people are living together. For some folks, especially folks that have been experiencing long-term homelessness, and again, this was something that came up in our lived experience work for the plan, those settings are just not a place where folks want to be. And there's a lot of reasons why that might be the case. So I'll just kind of leave it high level for now to say that. And so a big priority was to try to create more non-congregate shelter space, meaning people have their own rooms, their own space. You can see here the People's Village program. That's exactly what we did when we launched that program last year. And I think the really exciting thing about this is that not only did it lower the barriers historically to shelter, it really encouraged folks, for example, folks that were living in encampments or other areas, to come inside when maybe they were not open to that in the past. And I think that was a really important way to engage folks that have been experiencing the longest episodes of homelessness in the community and work towards housing. The next step, and actually, my understanding is that move-ins begin tomorrow for this program, but the city team, in partnership with COTS and Burbank Housing, and using the Project Home Key funding that I mentioned earlier, the city was able to leverage almost $16 million in state funding to acquire a motel on the north side of town to create 60 new supportive housing units. So the idea here is that, again, this is really the data-driven best practice for supporting people that have been outside for a long time, people that are experiencing chronic homelessness. And so again, what we were seeing in the data and our lived experience work and what we're hearing from providers is that we need more facilities like this so that we can house folks who have been homeless for a very long time in our community. And what's really exciting about this, and I'll talk about this in a little bit with the data, is that based on the number of folks specifically from Petaluma that are going to be moving into this facility, by the end of this month, we could see roughly a 15% reduction in our by name list of folks that are experiencing chronic homelessness in Petaluma, really showing that connection between when you create housing, it really becomes a gateway for folks ending their homelessness. The other big thing that we have done, and I think Karen's going to tell you a little bit more about this during her next section, but again, this whole focus on really trying to make the most pressing investments that we identified in the plan. The two big ones were trying to have more capacity around landlord recruitment, and then also moving to what we're calling caseload-based outreach. So again, I'll show you more of the graphics around this in a little bit, but over the past 3 quarters, we're consistently seeing about 120 to 125 people that are experiencing chronic homelessness in Petaluma. And a lot of those folks are, inside at People's Village, which is great. 100% of the people that we've been referring to People's Village have been chronically homeless in Petaluma, but there are a lot of people that remain unsheltered. And while existing outreach has been able to engage some folks, what we're really trying to move towards is a system of accountability where all of those folks in the community have someone who is working with them directly, is building a relationship, and is moving them towards coordinated entry and those countywide housing placements that are so critical to actually ending homelessness. So this is a really exciting effort that we started earlier this year and is moving forward to actually being a real live program in the community, thanks to a new partner organization, Home First. The other thing I would say also, because this was a big part of the plan, is that you might have heard this term sub-regionalization, but basically the work that we're doing in Petaluma around having this by name list of people that are experiencing chronic homelessness, bringing our partner providers together around that list to case conference and work on housing placements, that is becoming a county-wide approach. So rather than thinking of this as being, Petaluma is its own island doing its own thing, the exact opposite is true. We're basically trying to create a model where every kind of sub-region throughout the county has their own by name list. They're bringing partners together to work on trying to develop housing plans for people that are chronically homeless. And then all of that is feeding into the countywide coordinated entry system. So Petaluma has been an early adopter of this. We've been helping to try to advocate for this model at the county level, at the COC level. And so I think there's going to be more coming around this in the coming months and years. But this is a really exciting way to, I think, have better care coordination for the most vulnerable people throughout the entire county. So again, thinking about our STEP model to really sort of bring this together into an integrated framework, you can see here that through this sort of prevention diversion work, we're including this in the new outreach services, the city's housing team through Karen's leadership and bringing on a team of new staff and consulting support is really helping to coordinate a lot of these efforts. We're going to be expanding our capacity around outreach. We also, I should say, launched the mobile shower program thanks to the Downtown Streets team, providing yet another opportunity for hygiene services for folks and another entry point to get access to care. We launched People's Village. And then, of course, there was the Home Key project and the new landlord recruitment services that are coming. So you can really see we've made investments throughout the pathway to housing. And again, this can feel sort of conceptual at times. So I just want to go full circle and share the picture again. And I usually wouldn't share something like this, but it was a public story in the Argus. So I feel like he's okay sharing this. But, this was a gentleman who had previously been experiencing homelessness and at Steamer Landing, which was a large encampment in the community, went into People's Village, and then has now moved on to permanent supportive housing. And I think, again, just a picture tells 1,000 words, or a picture's worth 1,000 words. And just to see this is really powerful, and I think speaks to the power of what we're trying to do with this new approach. So the next kind of step of year one is just, again, making sure that we know that we're actually having an impact and measuring it. So we just wanted to show you tonight, this is a prototype of a data dashboard we're working on. moving into the next year, hopefully this will be something that we'll be able to share with the community on a ideally quarterly basis with data. Also, the data I'm about to show you is only coming from the by name list, but there's a lot of other data that the city team is tracking around contract performance, around the point in time count, like Karen mentioned earlier, and then also metrics around housing development and things of that nature. But looking specifically at the by name list and what we're able to learn from that, the first is just, again, that number that I referenced earlier. So what we've fairly consistently seen over the past 3 quarters, and these quarters are from when the plan started. So they're from July 1 of last year. So every 3 months, we're trying to take a snapshot of the need or the numbers in the community. So you can see, with the exception of Q2, where there was a bit of a large uptick because of more engagement at Cedar Grove, which was another large encampment in the community, we've been consistently seeing about 125 people that are chronically homeless in the community. So that's kind of our baseline number that we're working on. And again, this is pre people moving into studios at Montero, which is the Home Key project. In terms of shelter, we're consistently seeing that about 30%, or at least that we saw in quarters 1 and 2, about 30% of people on that list were sheltered. In Q3, there was a big jump to almost 50% of people on the list were sheltered. And I think what's really driving this, looking at this, is, and again, a lot of credit should go to the team at COTS, is trying to work on not only the work that they've done with People's Village, but also trying to work at making sure that people feel welcome, and that Mary Isaacs is also that kind of low barrier, welcoming environment that is going to draw people in that have been experiencing long-term chronic homelessness. So a lot of this increase in the shelter rate is primarily driven by investments and program changes at COTS that have been helping to draw more people in. So I think that's a really positive early trend already in this first year. The other thing we wanted to share, and the colors here aren't great, so I apologize for that, but basically we've been trying to track exits on a quarterly basis. So what's interesting is that over the first 3 quarters of the plan, about half of the exits from the list have been because of exits to housing. So that's really positive. Obviously, we want that number to be close to 100%. What is interesting, though, is that for about another quarter of people, they just become inactive. So it's hard to say what exactly happened. I think it speaks to that self-resolution dynamic that I mentioned earlier, where people just find a way to find another housing opportunity for themselves. And that sometimes happens. The other thing is that sometimes we also know that some people move to different communities. So there are some folks that kind of go between Petaluma and Santa Rosa, for example. And so that can happen. Or sometimes, again, people relocate out of the county entirely, reconnect with family. So if we know someone is relocated, we've also documented that. So about half of our exits are because of housing. Another half are because people either became inactive or we know that they relocated. And of course, when we're talking about chronic homelessness, I don't want to move over this, but these really are the most vulnerable people in our community. And in Q2, we had 4 people pass away. And again, most of the time, this is because of long-term homelessness that's often exacerbated chronic health issues or conditions and things of that nature. So I really don't want to gloss over that. Even though it's a small number, it's extremely tragic, and I think what we're trying to prevent. The other dynamic here, and this is really around the by name list management, is to really think about this process as we're trying to move people down a continuum of engagement, so to speak. So if you think of these kind of 5 steps of being, we don't have any engagement with someone, meaning there's no relationship, they're not really using services, they're only identified. That's the first step. The next step would be that we're actually beginning to build a relationship. So outreach is working with someone, or maybe they're coming to use the mobile shower program, or they've joined the streets team program, but they're beginning to engage in services. The green bucket is then that they've actually been fully assessed into the coordinated entry system. So again, like Karen said, that's the countywide gateway into permanent housing. Yellow would mean that through coordinated entry, that person has received a housing resource. That could be a voucher. It could be a referral to a housing program, like, again, Studios at Montero. And then the final step would be that person is permanently housed. So where we are as of Q3, when we started tracking this metric, is that about half of the people on the list are simply either identified or there's only initial engagement happening. So that's really where we see investments around outreach having a bigger impact. And to really show you, and again, I can come back and show you these in more detail, but I think what's really important here, and we've been sort of stuck here, and I think this is where, again, the investments around outreach are so critical, is that about only half of people on the by name list are in the coordinated entry system. So that means that of those 125 or so people, about half of those people are not eligible yet for county housing referrals because they haven't been fully assessed and put into the system. And again, if someone's been chronically homeless and outside for a long time, part of that is we just need to work to build a relationship with that person and engage them and rebuild their trust in the system. So that is really why it's important to have this caseload based, very focused, proactive work to help people get back into housing. And the final thing to note here is, of all the people that have been assessed for coordinated entry, we're finding that, as you can see here, the overwhelming majority need permanent supportive housing. So again, that's the most intensive level of housing intervention, where people would have ongoing housing assistance and then also ongoing supportive services. So for the people, again, that have been assessed on our list, that's really what they need. And it's really why our plan has called for a large investment in supportive housing. So with that, I'm going to kick it back to Karen to talk to you a little bit more about, now that you've heard about how year one has been going, where we're starting to see things moving into year two. So I'll turn it back to you, Karen.
Great. Thank you, Andrew. That was a very informative presentation. And if all those slides weren't included in our staff report, we'll make sure that the presentation is available for those that want to take another look at the data. I know it's a lot to take in all at once. So really this next area, Andrew, if you want to kick to the next slide here, is we have accomplished and done a lot of great work, but we also realize there's remaining focus areas that we need to work on in this plan. One of it is we're really working on kind of finalizing our procedures for the by names list management. There's been a lot of partners at the table over the last year. Andrew is working on really kind of creating the formal policies and procedures for that. So if there are changes with staff with different agency or community partners, we're going to have kind of a standard practice in order to follow that. We're also in that we're looking at we did an RFP, and with that case management outreach, focused outreach, we'll be linking that directly with the by names list. And so we're excited to have Home First be coming to the table as an additional resource to support us in that, to implement those best practices, really focusing on the service and system alignment, not only just with the city, but our countywide efforts. We're continuing to work on our permanent supportive housing units. I think when we drafted this plan and accepted it, we had a goal of 200 permanent supportive housing units. I just recently did a count today. And currently, based on projects that are in construction and in the pipeline, we will have about 145 permanent supportive housing units coming online. Big part of that is the Montero project. We also recently, PEP just opened their River City, and they have some permanent supportive housing units there. But it's really become a best practice to work with our development partners to make sure that those units are integrated in with our other developments. So the Danco project, the new Washington Commons, the Burbank project, it's really just become a part of the way we do business in order to make sure that we have diverse units throughout the community, but also integrated in with our new developments. Another area is really empowering our community partners to pilot new programs. Again, the idea of bringing in, Home First, who is new to Petaluma, but not new within the county of Sonoma. They provide services in other jurisdictions, so it's great. They have existing relationships, but really bringing in a service provider that's going to be able, Andrew used the word that integrated systems and how we work together, but be working directly with COTS, Petaluma People Services, Downtown Streets team to really ensure that we're integrating in, increasing the number of rental units that are available, also considering other housing types. So they'll be, piloting new programs, changing the way we're doing our street outreach, really integrated in more of a case management approach, Before, we've been going out, checking with, folks in different locations, but there'll be a caseload. It'll be really, really focused to make sure that we're, getting them connected with the services they need, get them entered into coordinated entry and on that pathway to housing. One of the other areas that were brought up is kind of thinking about that pandemic era emergency rental assistance. Elise with PPSC has been great. She's been involved in administering a lot of rental assistance programs throughout the county. That funding is not going to be around much longer. And we really need to think about what is going to be that impact with, specifically, she's brought it up with our concern for our seniors and our extremely low income households. The rental assistance can vary in amounts, but it can make the difference between someone putting food on the table or purchasing their medications. So that's kind of on our radar. And also ensuring the city has the capacity to continue supporting our programs. We're off to a new start. The city's brought in Brian O to lead our community development department. But really housing, building, and planning divisions working closely together, all in alignment with our community partners. And while I didn't list it, I wanted to bring up kind of integrating mental wellness into the programs that we're doing. We have a lot of very talented case managers and community partners out there, but we really need those licensed professionals to be working side by side with our outreach teams, but also be working in our current shelters. So providing services, working in partnership with COTS at the Mary Isaac Center and People's Village. That's where we're really going to start getting those, additional services that are needing. The idea is to link those additional services with PPSC because they have the SAFE team, and the SAFE team is already very well integrated into the county behavioral system. So again, continuing to integrate our services, not just citywide, but also regionally and countywide. Next slide. So while we did identify, quite a few things when we created the plan, the community continues to change. So year one, a lot of time invested in learning and improving communication, but we also identified clear areas that we still had gaps in our services. While we've done an okay job at responding to extreme weather events, COTS is doing a great job in stepping up for extreme cold, extreme hot, and wet weather. But we really need to work on that system and make sure it's strong and that it can be implemented and that we, have the resources we need. Another area is target prevention resources for senior. Again, we had a great stakeholder meeting with the residents from our mobile home parks. They brought a lot of concerns up to our attention, funding for, rent increases, funding for meals, funding for medications. So that's on our radar. We need to really be taking that into consideration. Let's see. I think the other area is really continuing to diversify funding. So our team is continuing to work on that, but we know it's always going to be an area we're going to have to be paying attention to. Let's see. There's another note in there, just effectively onboarding new providers and partners. So there was a lot of discussion when we talked about kind of our pathway to housing. What are the strengths of our different organizations and where were maybe there gaps in services. But through those really honest conversations, we were able to think about, well, are there other organizations that if we do bring in a new partner, how do we make sure that they're successful and that they're integrated in with the work that we're doing? So staff will be moving forward with having an offsite with all of our community partners on May 12th to really talk about what is that integrated system look like? What are those, what are the proposed scopes of works going to be for the next coming program year? How do we work stronger together versus being more competitive in duplicating services? So next slide. So I've touched on a little bit of this already this evening, but really our next steps are, this evening we're presenting to you our first year accomplishments and what we're going to be focused on for year 2, really that optimizing our second year, strengthening the partnerships and refining those scopes of work. Another area is that we're planning on, there's been a lot of exploring options for proactive community engagement. A lot of amazing community members that want to support the organizations or the individuals that are currently unsheltered. So we did have an initial meeting with Lou, apologize, I can't remember his last name, who heads up the Petaluma Community Relations Council. We had an initial kickoff meeting with him. He's going to be coming back probably to the staff team with just kind of some ideas for maybe a framework and some ways to open that up, kind of identifying a plan for engagement in the way that community members can support our service providers and clients in moving the work together. So it's really kind of a community teams working together. I already talked a little bit about diversifying the leverage. I just want to acknowledge that Angie Moeller is a key part of our team. She's been instrumental in helping us with strategies and pursuing funding applications. I just want to say without her, we probably wouldn't be getting the funding we are because she's really amazing and talented. So let's see. The other item is that after we have those scopes of work identified, we will be coming back to City Council probably mid-June. So you'll be able to take a look at the scope of works for the different service agencies, and you'll also really be able to see how staff and the community partners have worked together to integrate those services. Next slide. Here, the work we do is not easy, but I felt it was important to kind of show what the work stream looked like when we first started doing our stakeholder meetings back in early 2022. So if you take a look at it, that's what our first kind of run at the Pathway to Housing looked like. And then, Andrew, next slide. And then as you see, as we work forward, the work we do is challenging, but we continue to refine. We continue to have those conversations. We continue to think about all the different agencies we work with. What are their strengths? What's the strength in their wheelhouse? And where can they best support all the agencies? So next slide. And with that, I just want to say thank you. I really get the opportunity to present on all the great work, but it really takes an entire community. So it's a true collaboration of service agencies, the city council, the city team. It's not just housing, it's planning, legal, PD, fire, public works. We all really work as a team to rally together. Just to call out a few of the city departments, if I didn't name them all, but also the county housing staff, our philanthropic agencies that have provided, funding, our community volunteers, our healthcare providers. They're all essential in working together to bring this forward. And last slide. And with that, I just want to acknowledge we have quite a few of our community partners. We have a few here in person. I think we have Elise, good sport, regular, and we also have Hunter here from Home First. And then via Zoom, we have obviously Andrew Henning, Angie Moeller, and Sarah Wolf. We also have Tatiana Moreland and Chris Richardson from our Downtown Streets team. I think in addition to Hunter Scott being here in person, we also have Callie Vesquez from Home First, and we have Annie Nichols from the Petaluma Health Center, and we have Chris Cabal from COTS. So with that, that's the end of our presentation. We look forward to having a robust conversation to hear your thoughts, comments, and we have amazing community partners to answer questions for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great presentation. Just shows the scope of work that's going on right now to address this is phenomenal. And I want to bring it up to the council and Councilmember Pozike.
Thanks. Thanks. I really appreciate all the work of everyone in housing here on these initiatives and the fact that we're leading in so many areas for the county. And I see that through the continuum of care. I'm really happy to hear all the discussion of the coordination of the outreach. You know, I've had some concerns, I must admit, about Home First starting to do some outreach and COTS continue to do outreach. And then our new application for outreach funding through the continuum of care and Measure O. But it sounds like you're addressing that. I wonder if if there are any more details you can give us about that coordination of outreach, perhaps, that I'm not quite sure what I want. Anything you can give.
Just in regard to the collaboration between the different agencies that'll be involved in it.
Yes.
Really, it all comes together around every Monday we have what we call our by names list meeting. And that's where all those teams are going to be working. We recognize that with our different community members, you know, we have a lot of different styles and personalities. And so really we work as a team, and it's what works best for the client. And so if someone has an established relationship with a certain agency, they're probably going to continue to work with them as a lead agency. So really it's that by names list team meeting where we'll be Home First in doing the outreach and case management. There would be an actual care plan developed for all those community members. And then the other partner agencies would be supporting and moving forward with that care plan. But
So
there'd be
you-
one care plan.
Do you see the funding as this happens, that some of the funding, though, still stays with COTS and some stays with the city? Or does it get lumped together in future funding applications? Do you have any ideas about that?
Are you talking about this upcoming program year or just for like grant proposals?
Pretty much grant proposals, because we see a lot of the grant proposals we see from the continuum of care are kind of still coming from folks that have had grant proposals, and they're very similar, except for Petaluma's. I must say, you know, I think Petaluma's, and I want to say that to the rest of the council here, Petaluma's funding request through the COC this year, I felt was phenomenal in addressing what we've sort of asked people to do, which is to move towards sub-regional outreach. And honestly, I've only been on the continuum of care for a year, but you know, I had no hope, and I hadn't talked to you about this earlier on anyway, and I had no hope that anyone was going to take a stab at sub-regional outreach as you did, as we did. This soon. I thought it was going to take another year for someone to do that. And same with the by names list. I think we're leading the discussion of the by names list, and I thank everyone involved for their efforts, as you already have.
I can just make a quick comment to that. So integrated systems, we also incorporate that into our funding strategies. So we actually had a few meetings with Elise from PPSC, Chris Cabal from COTS, DST, Home First, and we talked about okay, where are there gaps and where do we see the need for funding, and who makes sense to apply for the funding. So in the past, it's usually just been the nonprofits that would be applying. So maybe PPSC would apply for, you know, the mental wellness piece of it, right? And then maybe someone else would apply for outreach. But what we wanted to do is really show that we work as a team in Petaluma. And the other thing is that with our partners, I mean, they're really busy. So if we have the opportunity to do the lift on the grant writing and to submit the proposal and to kind of lead on it, knowing that the funding that the city receives, like I think in our proposals, maybe 10% was going towards the city. The rest is really pass-through funding for those organizations. It just takes one less thing off their plate for them to have to worry about. So that was kind of a quick summary of our approach on that.
That's great, and I hope you get adequate opportunity to advertise that approach to the rest of the county, please.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cater Townsend.
Well, I feel like I've been a spectator watching this being created. And so now, you know, I'm sitting here and I just want to thank, you know, staff and our nonprofits, but also the council members that supported this before, you know, I was certainly on the council. I mean, I watched it and now you're seeing the results, and they're very positive. I'm really glad you brought up the fact that, senior needs, recognizing those, but also that the SAFE team needs more therapists on the team, because I was just looking at San Rafael, and that's what they do, and I think it's would be a real benefit. And so I just want to kind of thank the past council and staff and nonprofits for bringing this forward, and I just want to recognize them. Thank you.
Councilmember Shribs?
Yeah, thank you for all this work, and everyone's getting together in this. Looks like a real team effort from everyone. So that reminds me of the team. My wife worked for hospice for 25 years, and what you're doing is very similar in care for the patients that they do, because they also have the same by name approach. A team gets together every week, talks about everybody, works on it, figures out what needs to be done by the team. So the nurse gets in there for the caretaking versus social work versus volunteer work. People come in and do all that. So that's just another model maybe to look at for what a package deal looks like, and how to bring together all the bits and pieces. And one of the critical parts of that is they have a computer system that actually tracks the health of, and so you do all the recording on that. So I'm hoping what you didn't talk about is the actual tracking system on how you do that in the database, and it's going to be probably very similar to what's used in the hospice system and the HIPAA roles that they do. So I expect to take a look at those types of tracking systems and computer-wise what you might be needing to do that properly so that all team members can have access and work on that. Then a couple questions and concerns I have. So let's go to one of the concerns is that this is a good, wonderful startup where we're going. So the first year, maybe even second year moving forward, but I'm a little concerned about third year, fourth year moving forward, especially with the funding that might happen. Because I'm looking at the numbers of what we're dealing with. So we've got 300 regularly, chronically homeless basically, but another report out that says there's basically 750 that end up being homeless at some point during the year, and that's within 1 year, 750, either people or families are homeless at least for a short period of time, which brings me up the next layer up is how many are at risk of going homeless. And I know that the focus right here is really on placing folks and getting them from homelessness into housing, but there's this much larger group we need not to forget about that might become homeless given economics at this time, and which could overwhelm the system. But going from the 300 that we currently have to the 750 that might be showing up within the system to be taken care of, and looking at the numbers of what we have dealing with, Petaluma Village, 35, Montero, 60. Okay, so we're talking about 100 people out of the 300. And so, which using a lot of resources just to get the 100 taken care of. So now there's 200 today, and then there's another, and up to the 750 tomorrow, and maybe the 1,000 2 years from now that we need to deal with. So as like any startup, starting up, you get going and everything, and all of a sudden you start hitting walls. So that I'm worried about hitting that wall here, year 2 or 3 coming up, and how to accomplish that. So just a concern. We're going to have to work through that, and maybe the expectations are really high right now where we're going, and that I'm just a little concerned about raising our expectations too high for where we're going. It'd be lovely if we can get there, but it's going to take even more of a battle than what we've already gone through. In some of the triage area and then moving up into housing as you transition from one step to the other. And so have you been able to look at the amount of resources, the time resource, as well as the money or staff resource as they transition from one stage to the next stage? Looking at costs, I'm not sure if you can give that to me today, but at some point down the line, as you transition from each of these steps, the S, T, E, and P, each step in transition, numbers of people that come in, and how much money and resources applied to get them moved up into that next step, and successful by step rather than the whole system evaluation, but a by step evaluation is what I would like to see. And then another one is looking at costs. For example, a People's Village cost versus a Home Key cost by unit, per person, per time, over time, to see which is more cost effective. a People's Village approach or a home key approach, given the amount of funding. If it's limited, which direction should we go in down the line? So doing a cost comparison of not only the physical, the monetary cost, how many physical number of people, but also the physical and social costs for our system that's being applied here to each of those. So how much resource is being applied to each individual over time as an analysis of our total system. So I'd like to see at least that included as a possibility. Let's see, leading to, finally, just a question on, so we basically had folks leave Steamer Landing and they leave Cedar Grove and they went somewhere. We housed a few of them, but a lot of them decided not to go with the housing. So that's still hundreds of people. Where did they actually go? And did they stay in town here? And are we just creating new pockets, little pockets here and there? That's a little more disorganized and hard to get to, or are folks possibly trying to return to these two sites at this time? So I'll leave that as a question. See where we're going right now.
Would you like me to go ahead and address that now? Yeah?
If that's possible, yes.
Okay, all right. The challenging, I guess what I could say in short is the challenging part of providing these services is every individual is kind of on their own journey. So I did want to comment on kind of when you're thinking about how long it takes to work with someone to move from one step to the other, as far as, kind of, in that case management, whether they're living on the streets and then they're going into shelter and then going into housing. It really depends on kind of their case management plan and the challenges that they need to address. Sometimes we work with folks and if they need just one or two types of support services, it can be maybe 4 or 5 months. If we have some folks that have a higher level of need, we can be working with them 9, 12 to 18 months. It's about, respecting people and their journey. We can't push them. We can support them. And so in regard to the time it takes for people to move kind of from one aspect or one level of services to the next, staff can definitely come back with probably some higher level information on that. In regard to, our efforts in the outreach for encampment cleanups at Steamer Landing and Cedar Grove, again, probably some of the communities there, members that were living there had the highest level of need. I think while we didn't get everybody to accept housing or shelter opportunities, some of them did return back to other communities. Some of them went back to Rohnert Park. Some of them went back to Santa Rosa. Some of them are still here in Petaluma. Again, they have to be willing to participate and to work with us. I don't think we're creating new pockets. I think one of the successes we had, especially with Cedar Grove, that was an encampment that was there for quite some time, and community members really did not engage at all. And so we put some incentives into place to get people to fill out an application for shelter and to also sign up and get entered in the coordinated entry program. So while for the last couple years we haven't been able to make any headway with any of them, they wouldn't talk to any of us, we were actually able, I think there was a total of about 20 community members that filled out applications for shelter. They didn't go into shelter, but COTS was able to do the background screening, so now they know that they're eligible. There's nothing out there in their background report. So yes, it's kind of the pathway. It wasn't a success as far as getting them into shelter. But we know that there's now no barriers and it's eligible. So it changes the next conversation we can have with them.
Councilmember Thompson, Cater Thompson.
Curious, with how much money with COVID money coming in, that was a big impact to be able to. So what does it look like for funding for the future without COVID dollars?
When we created the plan, we actually we worked with the city manager's office and we did a 3-year program forecast for it. So I think right now we're headed into year 2. Staff is actively pursuing other opportunities. We are concerned about quite a significant amount of ARPA funding was used for the capital and to support the operations of People's Village. And so we're working on that with the city manager's office.
Thank you. So Montero has 3 years of support service funding coming forward, right? And we'd love to know what Standing Up People's Village will be for the next year. I guess will that be in the budget that we're approving right now? Clearly identify what those costs are going to be. That's great. On Montero, the goal is to have a certain number of vouchers in there. About what are we screening people based on their ability to carry a voucher in, or do they get in first and then we work on with the voucher?
Montero is actually that came together really well in the partnership and working with the county. So while we did bring in a significant amount of the home key funding from the state that worked for the acquisition and the rehab of the property, the County of Sonoma also came forward with 60 project-based vouchers. So the value of a project-based voucher is essentially means that every resident that's living there will have an ongoing rent subsidy. So they will only pay 30% of their adjusted gross income towards rent. So it's a significant value. The project-based vouchers, a Burbank will be able to charge up to a market rate rent. So there's plenty of funding there that will support not just the operations and the maintenance and the security and the needs for the property, but there will also be funding for the support services as well, the on-site support services in partnership with COTS. That's a great win there. It is.
So will those vouchers, be Petaluma homeless clients referred from our shelter, referred from our People's Village? Or will it be a sub-regional or regional effort?
How that works is kind of going back to our by names list. So essentially, we have a list of our most vulnerable community members that we're working with. We also keep track if they're in People's Village and they're in Mary Isaac Center. But we enter them in the countywide coordinated entry system, which is basically kind of the countywide system that tracks the data of everybody that's unsheltered, their level of vulnerability, and it prioritizes them, and so they can get into housing. So with the Home Key project, the Burbank is mandated to use the coordinated entry process. So the big difference that's been made is when we first started the project, staff anticipated maybe 10% of those units we would have Petaluma residents. But with our service providers, what we did is we increased the level of focus on getting our community members registered in coordinated entry and doing that full assessment. And so what we're seeing is that while the county has to refer to us based on level of vulnerability, instead of 10% of our community members, we have about 33% of our community members from Petaluma that have been chronically homeless that will be transitioning into Montero for permanent housing.
30% will be Petalumans.
33, I'll have the numbers probably within another month.
So much like the shelters, it'll be a regional facility. So not strictly a Petaluma solution. So I like that we're doing the housing out. I'm going to ask critical things, but I love what you're doing. So, just let me ask the critical thing. So we're looking at other housing options and trying to find housing finders to put people into the community and the rest of it. How does that work in the tightest economic market and rent market? Who's going to snap at that opportunity to help us house folks?
That's the landlord recruitment program, and I just wanted to highlight that that program is going to be it's going to be Home First that staff will be recommending have that contract. They'll be working very closely with PPSC, who administers our fair housing program. We actually have either Kelly Vasquez via Zoom or Hunter Scott that can probably talk a little bit to more of the program details, if you'd like some more detail on that.
I think I would, and I
Okay.
think I would like to know what's their success rate in any other community.
Okay. Okay.
Can we invite in our Zoom participant?
Yeah, I just promoted the two people that were.
Great, thank you.
I'm not sure if they've accepted yet, though.
And while that's happening, I'd like to make one other comment. Is I love the piece about prevention. I think we need to focus in on that and the not currently chronic, because chronic is the most expensive condition. And that's why we're trying to solve for it, because then it stops that high end expense and hospital room occupancies, other all down the chain. So I'd like to support that we do more in the prevention world. Do we have our Home First participant?
Is Kelly and Maria on?
I tried to promote them, but now I've just allowed them to talk. So if they want to unmute, they can.
Hi there, it's Kelly Vasquez with Home First. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Oh, great. Sorry about that. I was having a little trouble joining. So the question was how we will house people in kind of the tough economic climate and housing market. Is that correct?
How you will find landlords, willing landlords.
Sure.
And what your success rate in other markets is.
Understood. So there are a lot of measures we take to recruit landlords, and this is an area where our diverse staff, I think, is a tremendous strength of ours, because we look sometimes in unconventional spaces. We have advertised and sought out landlords in markets, for example, grocery markets. We've gone to community organizations. We reach out and have gone door to door and made calls. We really take the time to put in that person-to-person outreach and make the pitch about why it's beneficial to engage with the program. One of the elements of the program we're proposing is a landlord incentive fund, which would provide a financial incentive for first-time landlords working with the project and offering a unit to providers, as well as other bonuses and protections like damages. So if there are damages in excess of the deposit that's paid on a unit, we're proposing to provide financial assistance to cover some of that overage. So I think in combination with the staffing and our outreach, offering that security to landlords is generally quite effective. People want support, and we offer that. In terms of success, I can speak to our homelessness prevention services, where over 95% of our participants retain their housing. And so I think we've had tremendous success in mediating with landlords, supporting people in relocating as needed, identifying additional landlords. And then I'm hoping Maria has joined. She manages our landlord tracker and can speak to how many new landlords we've brought into our services over the past year.
Let's see if we can.
Hello, everyone.
There we go. Please continue.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi. In the past year, we have recruited in Santa Clara County around 60 new landlords, ranging from mom and pop, and ranging from individual owners, apart from the relations that we build with low-income apartment complex. Every year at Home First, we do a landlord satisfaction survey where we send them out to all the landlords that have worked with Home First, and we ask for feedback, areas of improvement, what they have liked so far, and we try to implement all that feedback in the next year to service delivery. And that is one of the approaches that has been successful in retaining landlords and getting new landlords referred to us by existing landlords working with Home First.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle?
Yes, thank you. I have a few questions and then some comments that I'll save for after public comment. On the the tiny homes, the People's Village. I think when we first did that, we were looking at them and we said that the capacity was 30 units and we were going to do a 25 unit pilot. Are we looking at adding 5 more units to that project?
I have not looked into that. We'd probably have to do some interesting land planning. The site is pretty impacted right now with the 25 units, but there could be the potential. Yes.
Okay. And then similarly on the I can't remember when we were here last talking about Montero, but I brought up the potential of putting tiny homes around the edges of that property, and I know the ground was broken up, so I was wondering if we ran wiring to sort of set it up for potentially future putting tiny homes around the outside of that project.
No, we didn't incorporate that into the program design, but apologies for that. But if that's something, we could probably go back to Burbank and consider doing additional structures.
On the slides where it says timing Q1, Q2, Q3, is that assuming like the start of the strategic plan? Is that the timing? I guess when I think of Q1, I'm like more thinking about it the fiscal year. Or what's the like the actual date of starting from that?
Q1, that started July 1 of 2022, and then Q2, and we're reporting out on Q3.
Great, thanks. And then funding the rental assistance, is that in the budget that we received tonight? Is there funding for that?
Yes, that is in the proposed project plan.
And then what does Housing Second mean?
Housing Second, staff recently, we took a tour of Homeward Bound, which is a nonprofit organization in Marin County. And I asked them, what do you do when you've worked with someone, you've done the street outreach, you've put them in shelter, and then you get them housed? What happens if they're not successful in their housing placement? And they basically said what they have implemented is a Housing Second program, which means if someone isn't successful in their current placement and the landlord asks them to leave, instead of them going back out to the streets, what they do is they have a partnership with those landlords where they reconnect with that client. They immediately bring them back into shelter, and the team focuses on what didn't work for the client about that housing placement and what do we need to do to ensure that we can place them in housing, but it'll be successful. So it's really a program term that Homeward Bound uses. It's Housing Second. And I think it's something that this year the city team wants to look at, because we have seen a couple community members that have been in shelter have gone into housing, and they just don't have the support in their housing unit that they need to transition to living independently. And so that's where that Housing Second program is. It's not a large amount of people, but it really makes sure people don't, lose hope. If you go through all that work, you get into a housing placement, and then you're evicted because of, behavioral or housekeeping challenges. It's a program that can, help people be hopeful and that there is the right housing opportunity for them out there. It just maybe isn't the first time. So.
Got you. And then my last question is, are we, outside of grants or general fund, are we looking at any sort of revenue models to support this out into the future?
I don't know what you mean by that.
So like in some cities have done like a commercial vacancy tax. I've often thought that there's other revenue models out there. Are we looking at anything other than just grants?
We have not looked at anything, but I'd love to hear some ideas if you have them, or models that you could refer to us, for example.
Cool.
Thank you.
Councilmember Posake. No.
Time this year trying to understand the voucher system, And just during this talk, I know I've misinterpreted something because I thought I've hit upon a voucher gold mine. Okay, so tell me 3 or 4 steps here and tell me where I'm wrong. So the first thing is we have these project-based vouchers. My understanding is that if they stay there a year, they can move out and have preference for a housing choice voucher or a voucher like that. And how sure is that they would get that housing choice voucher by saying they've got a place to go outside? Is it 100%, 50%? Any idea?
The county team is pretty good at working with our landlords and with our service providers and making sure that there's options. It's really not about someone just moving in and saying, I want to move somewhere else. It's kind of like what I was just highlighting. You know, we could have community members that move into Montero and it's just not the right fit for a few different reasons. They do have to, you know, those project-based vouchers means that for those 60 units, there will always be 60 project-based vouchers.
Right, and that will stay there.
That stays
even
there.
when the person leaves. And I'm not saying to push people out, but I'm saying that if we helped COTS and develop more shared housing situations, that could help us as much eventually as, I don't know, a second home key project. Am I wrong about that? Or, I can't believe I've never read that anywhere of that.
Well, I think it's, you know, when you move someone out, when there's like a housing choice voucher, they might be moving into a housing opportunity where they're not going to have that on-site support services.
I understand that.
Yeah.
They have to have that.
So, but if community members are to a point where they're ready for that next, you know, a different type of housing, I'm sure that the case managers and support services would be, you know, helping them find other opportunities.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Just one more. This is absolutely the last.
No.
What have we gotten? Have we received any funds or grants from? You mentioned philanthropic foundations. Have we been able to obtain funding from such a place?
The city has not received any funding, but Burbank was successful in bringing in funding from St. Joseph's Healthcare System, a significant amount to support the project.
Thanks.
I think it's in our funding plan. I think the city team is planning on talking to them about supporting kind of that integrated system and how we're all working together in identifying very clearly where there are gaps in funding and kind of, you know, full transparency. Here's where we are. Here's our investment. Here's the momentum. How do we keep going? So
thanks. Okay.
Councilmember Now.
Thank you, and thanks for all the work that you put into this. The agenda item is called Petaluma Strategic Action Plan to End Homelessness, Year 1 Progress Report. And then we go to a template for more connected system of care. And I am worried about the step T, triage, and it's the mental health of a lot of these individuals that are causing them to be homeless. And it's the mental health that's not being addressed. And I feel like there's this gray area that they're falling through the cracks because they don't know how to fit into the society that we know, and they might not want to be in a dormitory living situation. They have been living outside in a camp situation, and that's what they prefer. And so how do we solve how do we solve that? Because then if they do move on, they interrupt their neighbors, they're disruptive, the police get called, and then we're just in this vicious circle. So I'm like trying to figure out how we can put more money in the budget for prevention. I'm not sure how we can end it before it moves on. It was also pointed out that a landlord cannot also be a mental health provider. So how can we fix that?
Yeah, go ahead, Elise, and then Andrew might have kind of some comments on that as well. Thank you.
So, hi, Elise from Petaluma People Services Center. I know everybody knows and talks about the SAFE team because that's the newest thing, but what most people in this community don't realize is PPSC runs probably the largest behavioral health, mental health clinic in the county now. And so we have the ability, if we have the additional funding, to provide additional treatment for anybody who wants those services. One of the most successful programs that we had with prevention and intervention, Prop 63 money, was a wake-up session every morning at the Mary Isaac Center, run by Petaluma People Services licensed clinical staff at the Mary Isaac Center. Those individuals who are using and staying at the Mary Isaac Center felt protected and connected to their therapist in a way that still is a huge positive for them, and most of them were able to find success with that. To your point about prevention and intervention, one of the things the SAFE team is doing is, unfortunately, when you're unhoused and you have your mental health break, you're having it on the corner of Petaluma Boulevard in Washington, and everybody in the community is able to see that. And the SAFE team will respond to those calls, de-escalate it, and then the goal is to make referrals to ongoing counseling support or mental wellness programs that will provide additional services. The health center serves as a medical home, but their clinical staff is not as large as and as comprehensive. And so we at PPSC are able to leverage our ability and provide group counseling and individual counseling, alcohol and other drug counseling. Those services can be provided here in their community where they feel safe and will welcome those services because they already know us through our SAFE team work or through our rental assistance programs or even through our food access programs. So they already know Petaluma People Services and are able to connect to those services in a more organic way that happens in other parts of the county just because we are that hub for that mental health.
Thank you, Elise. Now, how do we get you more finances? How do we get you that? Do we get grants? What do we go after government money?
So leveraging Medi-Cal money, leveraging fee for services. We can now take the CalWIN program for mental health services, but that's kind of brief and strategic. You know, it's a whole variety of different funding sources. Like to Karen's point, having the county submit the grant for the COC was huge for us because we just don't have the time or capacity. We're providing services. That means I have to write the grant at 2:00 in the morning after I leave the city council meetings. And so being able to leverage all of the resources we have, you know, again, it's finding the philanthropy also to invest in this. I think we at the city of Petaluma, with the work that we're doing on this plan, and to the point made earlier, this is a very active plan. This is a model that larger philanthropists will want to invest in to see how they can measure the outcomes. And I think that's where the key is. Also, the other piece of it is PPSC always uses evidence-based, evidence-informed programming, especially when it comes to mental health and behavioral health. And partnering with some of those program providers that we're using to help draw down additional dollars is one of the resources. So yes, we always need money. I joke as I count the pennies while I'm on the phone because, you know, Petaluma Grocery Outlet has Drop Your Change. And so once a week they bring us about, I don't know, $85, but that $85 is a whole lot of counseling sessions at Petaluma People Services Center for our unsheltered residents. So it doesn't take that much money to provide those services.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember, or just to make a quick point. So we'll find out Wednesday, and Councilman Posake here alluded to this earlier. There is a direct request into the county through the leadership of Karen, working with our nonprofits, we've submitted a budget proposal for an annual budget of $825,000, and it would directly fund mental health professionals to be part of the outreach. And so that is sort of the direct response, what we've identified as the gap, as the need, and just one way, as Councilman Shribs had opened up earlier, his comments, the need is wide, it's wide ranging, but from what we see, from the success that we've seen, the gaps that we've seen in year one, this is the one opportunity here that we have with the Measure O funds. And so we should hear back. It's been partially funded. There's a recommendation to fund 300,000 of that with one pot of county funds. I think that's one of the challenges is, as Karen likes to tell me all the time, it's this alphabet soup that we get when we try to support our unsheltered. And so we'll look at that pot. We'll look at other opportunities, whether it's philanthropy or nonprofit or county.
Councilmember Cater Thompson.
Just quickly, at the Montero, the space provided, what is in the space? Like, I know the tiny homes, it's just much smaller. So is there a kitchen, or can people cook for themselves?
Is this at Montero or the people's-
Montero.
Oh, at Montero, all those units are considered like studio apartments, and so they actually have a small kitchenette in there. So a little electric stovetop and microwave and a fridge unit is in all the units. But Burbank also will be, since they're partnered with COTS will be bringing meals over there and distributing to the community members. And they do have kind of a small community room that's been incorporated into the project.
Okay, so then there possibly could be an opportunity for tiny homes there.
If there were tiny homes, basically they would be in the parking area.
Correct.
I think the only thing, just off the top of my head, we'd have to look at is clearance for fire vehicles, because the fire lane all the way around, but that's probably something I could easily talk to the fire marshal. I'll be out there with her this week, probably.
Okay, and I just wanted to make sure that they had services for food.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, COTS is providing the on-site support services, and COTS has Mary's Kitchen, and so food will definitely be there.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Barnacle.
Do we have, actually, I'll hold it out. I'll just hold my stuff for
Then let's
comment.
take this over to public comment and open up public comment. I have no cards in-house. Clerk, have we had comments on this item prior?
Mayor McDonald, no comments received prior to the meeting tonight.
Thank you very much. Let's have our Zoom participation.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on this item, Petaluma's Strategic Action Plan to End Homelessness, Year 1 Progress Report and Presentation. Please raise your hand in Zoom or dial star 9 if participating by phone. You'll have 3 minutes in which to give your comments, at the end of which you will be muted. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated, so please pause between sentences for translation. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting, and there will be a countdown for your convenience. Right now we have 2 hands raised, so I will start with Isaiah Gonzalez, followed by Dwayne. Isaiah, you may, I need to share my screen. Isaiah, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Good evening, everyone. I am so excited and so grateful for this topic. I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much to every single service provider, every single housing coordinator. I'm going to try to slow down for the translator. Just thank you guys. I can be completely honest and say that growing up, I've lived at 6 different rental addresses in Petaluma. I've experienced homelessness here. And I wish that these sort of services had existed 10 years ago when I experienced it in high school. I wish
I mean, I don't wish because you guys are already working on outreach, but having been displaced recently from November to February, we went to Santa Rosa for resources. When I looked for resources in Petaluma, everything that I came across said that the lists were full, that funding was out. I had no idea that these services existed. Baby, I love you so much. I really got to get this point across because it's a limited time thing. I do want to say that having known a family who was recently evicted, they had the same notion that I felt a few months ago at the idea of going to COTS with young children, that the system isn't prepared for families. I think that the gaps that we see here leave us with so much room to address the issues that lead us to where we are. So how do we make room for how we attack people for the way that they live and how that ends them up on the streets? If we're going to consider the cannabis ordinance in town, how do we protect patients and make sure that they're able to access these resources as well as their medicine? Making sure that there are career pathways into cannabis, because that opens up the door to STEM careers. It's how we uplift people and make them feel right and righteous for how they want to be. I'm excited that we're talking about mental health. I'm going to go ahead and tend to my own kids, but there's just so much potential here, and I'm so excited. Oh, yeah. And this is why tenants need protections. This is where we get the data from a housing registry, from a rental registry. And we see the numbers move and we figure out who's able to stay and who needs help where. Thank you, guys. Mommy.
Thank you, Asaya. Our next commenter is Dwayne, followed by Annie Nickel. Dwayne, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Yes, good evening. Thanks for the great presentation and for the great program and for all the work that the City Council is arranging to do in support of this. I would point out that people in Sacramento tend to point towards city government as being the cause of the housing crisis and therefore some homelessness. And I want to say something that would be the opposite direction, and that is the Federal Reserve is the primary responsible for the homelessness, the crash of 2008 and the current situation. And I would really like to see a candidate running for president who would agree to appoint one or more people to the Federal Reserve who has experienced homelessness, and possibly we'd get a whole different attitude about how we deal with inflation, not by causing lack of housing and homelessness. But that's just one person's opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Our next speaker is Annie Nickel. Annie, you may unmute and begin your comments. Annie, are you there?
Sorry.
There we go.
I've been working with unhoused populations for over 20 years and started a community health center or clinic at Mary Isaac in 2004, I think it was. So definitely really appreciate all of the work that Andrew and the city of Petaluma has done in this particular issue. I wanted to mention that we have about 700 plus people with a diagnosis of homelessness at our health center. So that's including some people from Santa Rosa and some from Menlo Park and a lot of people from Petaluma. So I think that we are not really documenting all the people that have been in our system, that we've assessed in the system with that outreach. My concern is number one is drugs and alcohol and mental health and the volatile combination of all of those. And I know that we talked about mental health that is really being fueled and often by drugs. So they unfortunately just expedite a disaster. And the lack of of programs for drugs and alcohol in our county, and we have been Turning Point, which was a place we frequently accessed in the past, has been having all sorts of woes with continuing their program, which was actually people stayed there for anywhere from 30 days to 90 days. And it's really disappointing. So I'm hoping when we look at some of these funding streams, we think about supporting those programs, because people sometimes really just need to get away from wherever they are and what's happening and find a new group of support, and developing some more sober living environments in our community as well.
Thank you for that comment. And that is the last hand raised, so I will turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, and that closes public comment on the item. I think we've given quite a bit of feedback tonight and really appreciate the presentation. Maybe a couple closing concise comments? So, Councilmember Shrib?
Just two things, maybe questions or comments. We do have, at the edge of the economy, of course, we have the migrants coming in. We have a new migrant program up in Santa Rosa for immigrants and how to help that whole population, farm workers and the like. And I was wondering if there's any tie-ins possibly with our program here, finding housing for folks who are in transition or just arriving, who might be homeless or might become homeless very easily. And I'd just like to see some tie-ins there. See if there's some connectivity, maybe some funding possibility through that program that's just arriving here in Santa Rosa. And then just wanted, just as a check, we mentioned the TPA, the Tenant Protection Act, and I just want to double check with you guys and make sure we're okay that we didn't put a huge burden on you on your programs by our Tenant Protection Act. So I just hope that because when you from day one they enter into Ontario, they now become a tenant. Are you impacted or not?
Thank you, Councilmember Posake.
I just want to thank the whole staff one more time, and to say that, just go through one of a Haitian refugee family that I've been involved in helping with a bunch of other folks for about 5 years now, family of 6 who had their first stayed with one of our what do we call accompaniment folks. They stayed with them for a few weeks. They eventually got into the Kotz Family Shelter, where they were for, I believe, 6 months. And after that, I don't remember. We were pretty depressed at that point in time, but then suddenly they were accepted into a Burbank, Vida Nueva Burbank facility in Rohnert Park. And now pretty much their only worry is their income going to get too high for them to stay there, if that happens. So thank you all for taking part.
Councilmember Now.
I'll just take this opportunity to say thank you, and thank you to Elise and to all the other groups that provide the solutions, and from mental health to the housing. And thank you so much. I know we're leaders in Petaluma, and we should all be very proud of that.
Thank you. Councilmember Cater Thompson, anything? No. And Councilmember Barnacle?
Yes. So I agree. Thank you very much for all your hard work. I know this is hard work, and it's also emotional work. So thank you. And thank you to all the people who do this work. My comments are, I think I'm not convinced that we have the right goalpost. I'm not convinced that we're going to get 2 more rounds of home key, and even if we do, that we're going to actually end functional homelessness with that. I have a bee in my bonnet for tiny homes because, well, if my math serves me right, like the 3 years of tiny homes came out for 25 of them, it was about $80,000 a unit for 3 years with the services that went with it. And Montero was $261,000 per unit. And I would say I'm not going to call myself homeless, definitely not chronic homeless. I did live in my car for a while by choice. But all I really needed was a roof over my head and some place to lock my stuff, for the peace of mind of knowing that I wasn't going to get stabbed at night and that my stuff wasn't going to get stolen during the day. It allowed me to be a productive member of society and also be homeless. I really think that we need to look hard at that, and seeing, like, maximizing the space at People's Village to get extra units in there, adding units to Montero, things like that, I think are like no regrets solutions, and they're gonna almost certainly be lower cost than anything else, right? I mean, Mid-Penn brought forward a project that was like $750,000 per unit, and the tiny homes we got at People's Village were like $13,000 a unit. I know they don't have kitchens, but like, so I mean, I think we got to move the goalpost if we actually want to put roofs over people's heads. Not everybody needs their own kitchen. Not everybody needs their own bathroom, but everybody needs a roof, and they can be a functioning member of society. So that is my, like, if there's one like criticism, is that I just feel like we don't have the right goalpost right now. I'd love to see, as we have Montero come forward and we see that, you know, like, these are just back of the envelope numbers here, but I'd like to see a lot more in terms of like, what are we getting for what are we getting type of analysis, so that we can make informed decisions. Because I think right now we're all kind of just saying like, yes, housing, and I'd like to feel like there's some assessment of what is the most cost-effective way to put a roof over people's head, and let us make a political decision of if they need a bathroom or if we want to put more roofs over people's heads. I'd love to see more look at a revenue measure, something, whether it's something that goes on the ballot. You know, I brought up Emeryville last council meeting, and you know, they had a $50 million housing bond, and they're the only city, like one of the only cities that's actually achieving their RHNA numbers. I don't know whether it'll pass, but I'd love to like dig into those sorts of things and see if we can actually solve the problems. We've got a lot of wealth in this community, and I think we can ask the community to support it. I'd love to see it if it was a like empty lot commercial vacancy tax type of measure, so that we actually are promoting people to get off their butt and move some of this old money into more productive use. And then final comment is I'd love to just see the slides like this before the meeting, because there was a lot of really good information and I just couldn't soak it all in. But otherwise, yeah, again, I know I laid some criticisms out there, but I really do appreciate all the work you all do. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So much good work and a great presentation. I sure appreciate it. I do want to acknowledge that Petaluma has just opened up the Immigration Assistance Center up North McDowell Boulevard. And a shout out to Annie Nickel, lifetime achievement in these kinds of matters. Concerned that we've lost our Sober Circle connection, and that's down, and that's a prevention and effective program, but that requires regional effort. So I hope this is more than just Petaluma's program. And when Caritas and Catholic Charities opened up their facilities, and they listed off their donors, in the $1 million range was Bezos money. And so it can come to our county. It's just a connection of having the right project and the right connections. And so we should continue to achieve the way we do. I do think one of our bigger remaining challenges is the communication with the public and with the engagement that is noted in your report. I really appreciate that. And working with the PCRC is a great step forward. I think they might have the best community year, but certainly there are others too. So let's get the word about how we succeed in this arena. And with that, thank you very much for your presentation tonight. We'll close this item and move to our next item. We'll give you a minute for musical chairs here, or I will, in the meantime, read up what number 12 is. And And then we might take one other bit of action. I think at this point, it would be good to have a quick vote on extending the meeting into the evening. And so if I can get a motion from someone to extend the meeting? Yes, we do. And we have one item left. They've been so patient.
Regrettably, I'll make a motion to go past 11.
And
I will regrettably second that.
thank you. May we have a roll call vote?
Barnacle,
Yes.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yeah.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you No, I think, thank you very much. Item 12, resolution rescinding and replacing resolution number 2020-081, NCS, and approving an agreement between the city and SMART for construction of Petaluma North at Corona Smart Station improvements, and finding that approval of the project is not subject to subsequent or supplemental environmental review because the environmental impacts from development and operation of the project have already been assessed in the environmental impact report and supporting documentation for the Smart Rail Transit Project, State Clearinghouse number 20021120033. And City Attorney Eric Danley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and council members, members of the public. And I want to note we've got two of our colleagues at SMART, Eddie Cummins, the executive director, and Bill Gamlin, very patiently waiting in the very sparsely attended chambers now. And if it's all right, what I'd like to do is kind of go quickly and succinctly through some of the key parts of the staff report. One of the really great things about tonight in this action is it's a little bit anticlimactic. It's been very complicated and heavy lifts in the past, and it's not that tonight. I think that's a really good thing. And I think that after my brief remarks, the SMART colleagues have some slides to share, which are the more exciting part of this item, to see what they have planned, both for this station and some other improvements in the area. So if that's all right, I'm going to launch right in. The reason we're referring to this action as a rescission and an approval is because the council and the SMART board too have already approved previously an agreement between the city and SMART for a station in this location. However, and I'm going to skip over some of the details in the staff report, which is pretty detailed. However, that at that time the project was bound up with private development projects of the Lomas entities at the Corona location and also on the downtown SMART property adjacent to the current station and depot. And when those project approvals were ultimately rescinded at the applicant's request to settle some legal challenges brought against them, that pretty much made the SMART and the council approvals moot. And so there they've sat, but now with this funding SMART has obtained and the really nice partnership dialogue we've had with them about bringing this agreement before you, really positive meeting with the SMART team. Here we are in a much more straightforward sort of standalone arrangement. And so there were two important steps that the city took previously for that approval that the council gave back in June of 2020. The first was to provide for a mechanism for the city to contribute funding to the project, which was done by amending the city's traffic impact fees to provide up to approximately $2.3 million. Originally, that was targeted toward parking improvements. It became clear that that funding needed to be more versatile and to be really usable for any of the costs of the design or construction of the project. So we consulted with Wildan, who did the updated traffic fees to provide that funding in the first place, who confirmed that any of the station costs were eligible because they met the nexus of providing increased SMART ridership and the traffic relief that brings. So that's been confirmed, and that's addressed in this package. The second important step was making sure that a commitment to the station and agreement with SMART was compliant with CEQA requirements. And so back in June of 2020, we did quite a thorough review. And we didn't, unfortunately, it didn't all get into your package initially. It's there now to show those same findings that were part of the approvals in 2020. The facts have not changed. The project has not changed. They're still pertinent and adequate to confirm that the EIR and mitigation and monitoring plan that SMART did back when they were planning the rail system, including this station, addressed the environmental impacts of the project. So what SMART has established and our proposed agreement before the council tonight, that we're recommending the council adopt by adoption of the resolution in the package, is based on a total allocation of $13,521,187 to the project, which is made up of $9,521 and $9,521,187 in Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program, or TIRCP, grant funds, $2 million from SCTA, Sonoma County Transportation Agency Measure M funds, $2 million from the city's traffic impact fee proceeds that I already mentioned. And so that's the funding makeup. The proposed agreement, as you hopefully saw in your package, is quite straightforward, and I think that's a reflection of the partnership approach that I mentioned. It addresses legal compliance, invoicing, record keeping, the other boilerplate terms, termination, indemnities, etc. SMART's estimates for the work is that it can begin as soon as the fall of this year and be completed approximately 1 year later. So those are the high points I wanted to cover in introducing this item. Happy to address any council questions, and I know there's a few slides that our SMART colleagues would like to share with us, and some nice graphics about what they have planned. So I'll stop there and be happy to answer any questions.
Shall we invite the SMART team up for the slides?
That's what they've been waiting for.
Okay.
So sure,
and we
they're
very
glad
much
to do it.
appreciate
Thanks.
your perseverance, patience, etc.
Thank you. Am I on? Oh, great. So I'm going to leave these slides to Bill Gamlin. He's SMART's chief engineer. I just really wanted to take a moment to introduce myself. There's a few of you that I've worked with a little bit here and there, but I'm Eddie Cummins. I am the SMART general manager, and really I just wanted to say how much I appreciate our partnership with the city. We've worked together on a lot of different things, this being one of them, and everything's just been very smooth. City staff is so great. So anyway, just wanted to say thank you very much. And with that, I'll turn it over to Bill Gamlin to share some slides on this great project. Bill?
Thanks, Eddie. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I've got a few quick slides to walk you through the scope of work for all the improvements in and around Corona and McDowell. This first one kind of outlines the three main improvements there, which of course is anchored with a new passenger rail station at Corona Road. In addition to that, we're doing some great bicycle and pedestrian improvements, one of which is the extension of the existing pathway from South Point to Main Street in Pengrove, nearly a 3-mile stretch. This will all be constructed with the station itself. And then some improvements right around the McDowell grade crossing, which involves reconstructing that and some crosswalk improvements there. Next slide, if you would. Yeah, it's up now. So this is the station layout with the proposed housing development. It's getting tired too. Has the major station elements on this slide. Just to orient everybody, on the bottom there is McDowell Boulevard. On the left-hand side of the graphic is Corona Road. The smart alignment or right-of-way is on the top of the graphic. In the middle of that is the track. Above that is the new pathway alignment that'll be heading towards Pengrove. Just below the track is the new station platform, and then, of course, the station parking as part of the Corona development. Next slide. So to drill into that a little bit, again, you can see the pathway on the top of the slide. The platform itself will have a plaza area with kind of a drop-off area. We'll have bike lockers, bike parking in that area. The parking lot will be about 100 spots, and we'll have 6 electric vehicle charging stations, and then we're putting in infrastructure, planning for future solar at the site as well. Next slide. This one's a little dense, but really it's showing the pathway alignment. So to orient everybody, downtown Petaluma is on the bottom of the graphic. Pengrove is on the top of the graphic. The yellow horizontal line there is Highway 101 going across the city, and the blue will be that pathway alignment extending from South Point up to Main Street and Pengrove. So running right through the future station at Corona Road, so it made sense to bundle all that together, build it all at once. Next slide. So when we're done, we will have this continuous pathway all the way from Lakeville Street in Petaluma all the way to Pengrove, and then a short gap, and then pathway all the way from Cotati up to southern Santa Rosa. Next slide. And finally, the McDowell improvements. You can see the green outline there is going to be the new pathway as it comes to the McDowell grade crossing. It will lead to a new signalized crosswalk at Petaluma Estates, and then head across the tracks and then north to Pengrove. We will be reconstructing the track. This is an area we did not touch when we rebuilt the railroad back in 2012. And then we've been coordinating closely with city staff to take some of the paving work that's part of the current project, put it into this grade crossing reconstruction so we're not doing things twice and tearing up some of the new roadway. And lastly, we have a schedule. Right now we're working on design, we're preparing construction documents. We'll be going out to bid in the third quarter of 2023 this year. Looking to award a contract to a contractor in the September timeframe. Hopefully getting construction going in October, lasting into 2025. We are targeting the station for completion in late 2024. And we do have that kind of line item on there just to highlight the challenges with getting long lead items. One of the challenges with this project is we are cutting into our train control and signaling system to insert the station. So it's complicated work. It's got a lot of electronics in it, a lot of lead time on materials and equipment. Finally, I'd just like to thank Christopher Bolt and the team at Public Works. They've been great to work with. We've been coordinating all these projects. They've been very engaged in all the details, and the collaboration's been great. So thanks.
Thank you. Let's bring it up to the council for any questions. Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, the first question, just to make sure that, so the parking lot is going to be part of the SMART and not part of the city?
Correct.
Correct, okay. Now, in the parking, you said there's going to be, of the 100 stations, only about 6 are going to have electric charging units?
Right, that's what's planned.
Right, because the new cars that are being purchased now, over 25% now are electric, compared to, so if that's the trend, and it should be growing to 50% and eventually 100%, over the next 10, 15 years. So if that's our new cars are going to be over, within 10 years, going to be over 50% electric by that time, should we not have a lot more electric charging capacity, or at least the lines in, so that we can structure just the top portion of it? Could we have that embedded earlier rather than later?
Yeah, we can certainly look at that. I think the guidelines we've been following are the California Building Code and the current requirements for that. you reach a point where you're getting an awful lot of electrical capacity built into a project to accommodate a lot more, but we can certainly look at it.
Okay. And then I noticed, if you go back to the slide that had the bike path in it, there's a little portion in there I just thought I'd ask a question about. It's on the southern side of that picture.
It's probably about slide 4. So, yep, there it is.
Okay, it's the, not that one, it's the, keep going. Let's see.
Right at the crossing.
Maybe it's up. It's further up, the close-in shot of the actual rail station.
That's probably the following couple slides.
Yeah, there, that one there. Okay, on that one, I see how it's working. Just if you could describe, because you've got on the north side of that, as it's going around the South McDowell and coming back in, and then on, that looks doable, even though you have to come backwards and go back up again. So it's a little bit convoluted. It'd be nice if it was a smooth, but this is what you have to do. But on the other southern part, there's a Y there. It's actually cut off and changes. And so I know there's a path that comes up, but I see there's 2 paths on the south side. Where does those 2 paths actually end up going?
Yeah, so at the far right of the slide, the green lines there, the pathway that's going parallel to the track is the Class 1 or the dedicated bicycle pedestrian path heading to South Point and then towards downtown, towards Lakeville. That little junction that goes off will connect to the sidewalk that exists on McDowell today. And the reason it's a little awkward like that is it was really important to get a perpendicular crossing of the track, and we will have gates there for pedestrians and safety features for train control.
Okay, so that a direct path, is that going to be a lighted?
Yeah, it will be a gated crossing for pedestrians. So a gate will come down when the train's approaching.
Okay, and then you have this a new non-motorized pathway. When you say non-motorized, just to make sure, are you talking about 4-wheeled vehicle cars, or are we talking about e-bikes?
It's really a bicycle pedestrian pathway. So e-bikes are okay. It's motorized type vehicles,
right.
Cars,
and as
motorcycles.
I'm sure everyone's aware that e-bikes are growing in size and shape, turning into almost motorcycles at this point in time. So at what point is there, have you really talked about a cutoff with the Bike and Ped Committee as to where you cut off what motorized means?
SMART doesn't have a policy on what size or at what point you become a motorcycle or an electric motorcycle.
And is there, in the regulations, who's going to actually regulate that motorized?
The state does. The state
Probably going to be the
regulates it.
vehicle code, and it's probably playing catch up still.
Right, yeah, so only our local police are going to be doing that, the highway department or SMART awful officials going to be regulating who's on this path.
No, it'll probably be actually the state legislature in the vehicle code, and then
Yeah.
then the regulation will be done locally.
Yeah, but this is a mess for all bicycle paths, what's happening and what vehicles are going to be allowed at what speed to go on these non-roads. Because as bicycles get more powerful. So just something to be cautionary about heading toward the future. Those are the only questions I had right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Cater Thompson?
And so I just want to follow up on the chargers. I mean, I don't feel like 6 is going to be enough for the long term. So if it can just be plumb for more, I think that's really important. And then the solar that you're talking about, are you going to have like structures so cars park under them and the solar is going to be on top of a structure?
We're putting the infrastructure in the ground, so we could add solar in the future. It's not in the budget right now, but the idea was that it would be overhead structure, probably along the lines of like Casa Grande High School or Petaluma High.
Okay, and then the other thing is, when you're on Corona Road, there are a lot of postal trucks cutting to the left just before the rail tracks. Have you talked with the Postal Service to redirect how their trucks go in and out?
We have not. We've been working closely with the city's traffic department to do sort of the vehicular coordination on that. But yeah, it's a tight area, space is limited, and it's a very busy road.
Yeah, I mean, I've been harping on this for years about all the trucks getting off at Washington Street, going to the post office, and then having to take that right turn and then left in to the postal office, it's just darn dangerous. And when they could stay on the freeway and they can actually have a route that goes in and come out on Corona. And I think that's something that I would certainly like support from this council on, so we can start looking at that, which is a truck route, which I think we need to look at truck routes for the entire town, not just one section of the town. And the other thing is the Corona overcrossing. We've talked about during the election, let's put a cantilever on it. So you're separating the bikes from the pedestrians, and I know that's not what you're talking about, but I'm giving my spiel now. And that I really would like support from the council to start moving forward on Corona so we can get some designs or find out where we're at to do a cantilever that separates the bikes and pedestrians from the traffic. And you can go up to Cavello overcrossing in Davis. This is exactly what they did. It was a newer overcrossing, but they ended up, it's completely separated.
So, Councilmember, I just want to caution that discussion is not agendized for tonight.
I
The smart
understand that. I'm just
folks,
putting my voice out there.
right? Just because people don't want to miss out on your remarks when they're actually being taken up by the council. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. But I think this all ties into the smart station, and I'm really glad that we're finally moving forward with the smart station at Corona. But I want safety first, and that has to do with traffic around there. Thank you.
Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for spending the time with us this evening. First, Class 3 bikes are not allowed on multi-purpose paths in California unless it's authorized by local ordinance. So unless we say that Class 3 bikes are allowed on our multi-purpose paths, they're not allowed. Class 2 goes up to 20 miles, Class 3 goes up to 28. So those ones that go really fast are actually not allowed on multi-purpose paths, just for everybody here. My questions are, I agree the number of chargers probably is, at least plumb level 1 chargers probably, if people are going to be parking there for a long time, are probably ample, and you can get 4 level 1 for every level 2, and they're cheaper, so you can do a lot more there. And then how many bike lockers are you planning? It says bike lockers, but how many?
I want to say about 10, maybe a dozen, something like that. At least as much as in downtown Petaluma.
It's going to need a lot more than that. Are we approving a project here tonight with 10 bike lockers for a future train station? Is that what we're doing?
I think it's just the funding agreement, but
yeah, but I mean, this is the last time we're going to see it, right? Yeah,
probably, yeah.
Can we increase the number of bike lockers by a factor of 3?
We can see what space we have to work with, and we can look at the budget and go from there. But we can always add them in the future too.
I just see 100 parking spaces and 10 bike parking spaces, and that's not the type of future that we're trying to promote here in Petaluma. And so I appreciate the good work that our public works team has done with y'all, but I don't think that that's aligned with where we're going as a city, and we can, if we cut, 5 parking spaces out of there and put in a whole bunch more bike lockers, I'd be excited to support this tonight. I want to see this move forward, really bad. But I'm not going to support something where, a project like this at a transit hub that has 10 times more car parking spaces than bike parking spaces. That's just not the type of future that I want, and I want to see, better land use and transportation planning from our entire county.
One question I have for the SMART team, this is still in design still, right? It's not even, the design's not final, but
correct.
It's
we're
conceptual.
well into design at this point. Yeah.
So I'm wondering, might there be an opportunity, hearing some of the feedback from the council, to come back with more final design about whether and the extent to which you can address? Because there are funding constraints. You saw the allocation is already done, so it's a little bit zero sum. And there's also the land for the parking itself isn't even in hand yet. That's related to what happens with the Denko project and how that plays out and that timing. So I'm just trying to recognizing that we're partnering in a great way and there are constraints and timing sensitivities, and you're also trying to get more done than just this to maximize the connectivity for pedestrians and riders and stuff. So and it's before the council tonight, so I'm just trying to think whether it's possible to report back on some of those things in the same sort of spirit of partnership, so that this keeps moving forward.
Absolutely. We're always open to feedback. We'll take a look at some of these things. Obviously, we have to look at the footprint, see what it can do. We got to look at the cost, those types of things. But definitely, we'll take this feedback into consideration. Absolutely. And we can come back at a later time with some more finalized design.
Okay. Thank you. And yes, yeah, go ahead.
So if we approve this funding agreement tonight, contingent on like what is the lever that we have to bring this back and actually comment on the overabundance of car parking and underabundance of bike parking? Like, I appreciate good partnership, but also like I'm up here and I'm accountable to the future of Petaluma, and that's what I'm thinking about.
And that would be a question for staff.
Yeah, it's a question for the city attorney.
Councilmember Barnacle, I think we heard the offer from SMART to go ahead and bring the design back to show it when it's in a more final form. And at that point, we could talk about if there are opportunities to add additional bike parking, if the space will allow it, if the budget will allow it, et cetera. I think, and I'm just throwing this out there, even if there isn't the budget to allow it, at least I'm betting that the engineers could show where it could go if in the future there was budget allocated in the future, where the next stages of bike parking would be on the site. And again, that's just a brainstorm on my part. I'm not sure that the council has a final design approval on this project, so it is really a partnership in terms of making sure that all of our needs are met.
That's my point, is that we don't have a final design approval on this project. This is our one ability to actually influence the project. And this is it's our largest source of greenhouse gas emissions. It's our largest source of people getting killed. I mean, we want to discourage vehicles, and they're overbuilding, 10 times more parking than for vehicles than for bikes. Like, this is grossly inappropriate for the times we're in.
Okay. And then some of us run back far enough with this project to know that Petaluma has always scored better with smart amenities than in most other cities, partially because we had downtown specific plan going on. The locker count that we have is higher than in most other cities, and that was grant funded independently as an ad packet to the smarts process. So I'm pleased with SMART's past performance at being responsive to Petaluma's biking community. And that's one. I also think, and then as a second one, will this station have the bike share program? Is that grant still alive that, we've worked so much?
The grant is still alive. That is being managed through SCTA and TAM as a combination. The challenge that they had, they were ready to sign a deal, and the company unfortunately went out of business. So they're back to square one. It's still funding's available. But I think I need to address the bike locker situation. This is something we monitor all the time. If the bike lockers are filled up and people are calling us, telling us that they're having a problem, we find a way to add more. I just put in our budget for this year to add some additional bike lockers at stations and some bigger ones to accommodate the bigger bikes. So this is something that we look at and we monitor all the time. If there's a situation, there's a problem, then we would find a way to add additional lockers.
I appreciate that. And as a frequent SMART train rider, My experience is the problem is not the bike parking at the station, because no one wants to leave their bike at the station. They all need it for last mile. So it's more that there's a constraint on the train. The other day, I'm trying to rack my bike, and there's a scooter, and it's not up in the ADA/big bike area. It's in the racked area, and the scooter's a beastly thing, and it takes up both of the rack bike spaces there. The challenge for SMART is going to be, how do we get that last mile coordination with the right number of bike opportunities, especially as bikes get bigger, on the train.
And we just removed some of our flip seats
Yeah.
there on the side to accommodate more bike parking. So again, I was looking at some stats this morning. We've had more bike ridership to date this fiscal year than ever. We've already beat 2019, 2018, more bicycle ridership already this year. So it's huge.
I appreciate you put that date.
I'm trying to express how much we pay attention to the bicycle community and how much, because we look at, like I said, we look at the bike lockers. A lot of times they're not used. The utilization, they're not 100% full. If you go to the stations, they're not 100% full. Not everybody's using a bike locker. But the areas that we do have that are using them a lot, we add more.
And I appreciate that that's in your monthly report, not only ridership, but bike and ridership on.
Absolutely.
So it's transparent to anyone in the public who
Absolutely.
wants to see how much biking is. And I'm super glad that, I'm excited this day's come, super glad you found the funding to push this forward. My real only question is the path alignment, because first round on the path alignment, and I think what our community saw several times, it was west of the tracks, shall we call it, to the McDowell side of the tracks, and that allowed for continuous ridership on path into the station. The alternative that's now in place takes you up to Corona, and then you got to come back on Corona back up into the station. It's a little inconvenient, but this Dutch gentleman I met, he said he has a business there, Lagunitas, and he'd really rather there was an access way in the back there. And since they're a concert venue and these other things, is there still a possibility of that effort that was, first seen?
We would love to have it on the west side of the tracks, actually, through there for a lot of those reasons. The challenge is that there is a freight spur there for Willowbrook feed, and getting across it just doesn't really work with the pathway.
Where's Willowbrook feed?
It comes off Eli, and then south about halfway through the curve, almost up to Lagunitas.
It does go that far.
Yeah.
Because they take train loads in, don't they?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you. So the schedule showed out the station improvements. Did the McDowell Crossing improvement, was it within that timeline, within that schedule?
Yeah, so all the work I showed is all packaged into a single contract. Some of the scheduling will be up to the contractor as how they see fit to make the work, but it's all in the same contract.
Perfect, thanks. And I'd like to take it to public comment now. And so I have no cards here for the public comment. I'll check with our clerk.
Mayor, we did not receive any comments on this prior to the meeting.
And I'd like to bring it back to the moderator to read our Zoom announcement.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. We have 3 hands raised, so we'll start with Dwayne, followed by Asaya. Dwayne, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you. First of all, the information I haven't seen discussed anywhere here is possibly the largest single user of the train there at Corona will be the junior college. And their survey they did several years ago came up with, I believe, 50 students and 50 staff members. I could have it wrong. It could be just 50 between the two. We're looking forward to using the train. And I think a majority of those would probably prefer a bus pick them up right there on Corona and transport them to the junior college. Although I'm sure a number of the students will be riding bicycles. And I would like to see that as part of the design. I have not seen any presentation at any of the SPART meetings that relate to this design, or any hearings among the public as requested by the grand jury that they have hearings, more public input. I haven't seen anything. possibly we will get an opportunity to discuss the design at a public hearing conducted by the SMART. I would also suggest that one of the things not mentioned is that the SMART already owns a 40 by 220 foot piece of property right there that the old station was, right at Corona. And that would seem to me would be a good place to be placing the parking. Anybody who wants to, for bike parking, it'd be right there. I would like to see the ramp come as close to Corona as possible, instead of where it appeared to be in that view of the map, so as to allow people to walk up Corona to get on this train, or to walk west on Corona from the community there. I think most of your customers will be coming by bus, and I would like to see the bus stop on Corona as close as possible to the off-ramp. And I think that would facilitate most of the riders in the eastern part of Petaluma using bus to get to the train. At this point, there many years ago, there was a survey of people who want to ride their cars, and they came up with 45 on the east side wanting to use the train station. And so they should be easily able to exceed that number if you properly use bus for collecting on the east side. I hope to see you all again on this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dwayne. Our next speaker is Isaiah Gonzalez, followed by Sheila B. Isaiah, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Good evening, everyone. This might be a bit niche, but I ride a cargo bike that is not motorized, but it is it's on the lengthy side and it's kind of heavy. So for that crossing, some of those turns look a bit sharp. Just for any other parent who's riding a cargo bike that's a bit on the longer side, or perhaps has like a child attachment on the back. If there's a way to round out those turns so they're not so sharp, I'd really appreciate that. And maybe widening the crossing, because the gates put up at the other SMART station to cross the tracks. Sometimes when you're going at a speed that you need to go at, trying to slow down for that turn gets a bit difficult. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Our next speaker is Sheila B. You may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you, Sheila Baker here. Thank you so much. I appreciate this conversation about bicycling and the train a lot. And Council Member Barnacle, you rock. You are infinitesimally terrific. That means it. I really deeply appreciate your comments, and I think they just really hit the nose for me. And I appreciate your advocacy for what we really need in this planet. And I also appreciate the previous speakers' comments, and that is, we have talked about this in Petaluma, and it is a problem, those for cargo bikes getting through those places. So anyway, thank you so much. Thank you so much, and that's all from me. Thanks.
Thank you, Sheila. And that is the last hand raised, so I'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. That closes public comment for the evening. Back to council for final comments or thoughts on this. Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah, I'm really torn about this because because back in 2008 I campaigned like hell for SMART. I called the Marin County Bicycle Coalition entire list like twice. I tabled at farmers markets all summer because I believed in it, not because I love trains, but because I believed in walkable communities. And I want SMART to succeed so much, and putting 100 parking spaces at this train station makes my skin crawl, because it's literally the thing that I didn't want to see happen. I wanted to see SMART bring about economic development and walkable communities and all of this great stuff that I was studying in school at the time. And, you know, like the 10 bike lockers is just not enough. More and more people are biking. You said it. We know if we build the infrastructure, the rest will follow. That goes for, you know, if we build the infrastructure for cars, that'll happen. And if we build the infrastructure for bikes, that'll happen. Right now, we're rebuilding our streets on there to promote more active transportation. I totally agree with Dwayne that, you know, the city needs to get its bus game together and be serving that area, and that's on us. But y'all got to make a station that like actually suits us into the future, and that, you know, you're not adding it because there's demand for it, but you're driving demand for it, and you can do that, and we can help. That's like the partnership that we should be pushing for, and I just don't think I can support this tonight, as much as that pains me, because I want to see the station really bad, but I also want to see a lot more inspiration. I don't see any street trees in the drawings, and I know you're still in the design stage, but you know, if you're going to put solar there, you know, I guess maybe that's the reason for it. But this is just, it's really an uninspiring, you know, station, and our city's waited a long time for this, in part because of me. But I think we need more. I think we need more pushing us in the direction we want to be going as a city, because I don't want to see 100 cars parked there every day. I want to see 100 bikes there every day. And that's not going to happen if we don't start thinking that way.
Councilman Now?
When this SMART first came to the community 15 years ago, I'm trying to remember, maybe 20, and the downtown station was considered what you call a kiss and ride, where a commuter is going to be dropped off and kiss goodbye. They get on the train and there's no parking needed, because we all said, why isn't there parking downtown? When I want to go to the Giants game or I want to go on the train, I don't need to commute, so it's recreational. I'm going to find another place to park. I'm going to be in the parking garages, or I'm going to be on a residential street that doesn't have block parking. So I understand why we need 100 parking places at the Corona station, because it's going to alleviate the downtown need for parking in our parking garages when you're just recreational, but you're gone all day. And I understand when the mayor says the bicycles are on the train to finish the rest of their trip, the last mile, or they need them in their commute. They need them when they get to wherever they're going to commute to wherever they're going. So I understand that you're also going by a building code from the state. Am I correct? So, Councilmember Barnacle, I understand, and I know we need a need in the future, but I hear these gentlemen saying they're going with what they're financially able to do and what the code is right now. And I'm looking at the parking spaces to alleviate parking of people taking the SMART train that are using up parking spaces downtown right now. So that is just my pitch for SMART and for the recreational riders that are right now not finding parking places in our downtown location. So I'm just going to be the devil's advocate there.
Yeah, right now we've been receiving some complaints about no parking at Petaluma downtown. I was there on Tuesday and Thursday of last week, and there was not a single parking spot in the parking lot. So we are currently out doing an RFP to look at what it would cost us to expand the parking, open up the fence, install another fence and allow some additional parking at Petaluma downtown. So that's something we're looking at right now because I've received numerous calls about people who weren't able to park and catch their train.
That's great news because when I go to the Arts Center or the visitors program, there is not any parking. And I said, why isn't there any parking? Where are all these cars? They're not in this building. And I was told that they're commuters or smart train riders that are parking in those areas that are supposed to be only for the Arts Center and the Visitor Center.
I received an email Friday from a lady that got a ticket. She was parked in front of the Arts Center and riding the train, and somebody saw her do it and wrote her a ticket. So
yeah. I parked in the parking garage and walked, so.
Got it.
Okay, Councilmember Gator Thompson.
What I'm hearing is, well, I do agree that I think 100 spaces is a lot, but I want to move this project, and I'll make the motion to move it because we've been waiting for a long time. Parking spaces can be removed, so we can have more spaces for bike, and I think we can just augment it as time goes on, but I'm not willing to not support this.
If they fill up, we'll add more. Guaranteed.
Thank you. And
So I'll make a motion.
thank you.
And
Motion.
I'll second.
And second by now. And I just want to note that originally, as conceived, the original SMART plans called for more vehicle parking at this location. And actually, we're dialed back here. We're doing the right thing about dialing back the amount of car parking at this. And I do trust that our partners are hearing us, and the items we're looking for are minor in the grand scheme of their ability to retrofit and adjust to market. So I'm in support of proceeding with this. I certainly don't want to wait any longer to have our station delivered. Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, I agree with Mayor McDonald on this. I believe that the biking, we definitely want to look at that expansion, but I believe turning 5 parking spaces into bicycles is a very cheap and easy thing to do in the future. So if the need is there, and what I'm hearing and what I've heard about what you as a manager and operator of SMART is more flexible and willing to change and modify to what your needs are and what the public wants and needs. So as it happens, the space is flexible. So I'm going to go and trust you to build out as needed for both the cars and the bicycles as things change. You're already building in for the possible solar panels, which I believe grant money's coming, just like we got for, I was at Petaluma Casa Grande High School when those panels actually went in. I got a grant for putting in 2 charge stations on top of that. So I know the grants are coming for that. And we can get those solar panels up. I know the city's looking at putting them up in several locations also. So the solar panels I know, and they're actually going to take up probably at a couple locations a few trees in order to put up the solar panels, which is a higher priority, which I agree with, even though I'm a tree planter here in town. I've planted several hundreds of trees this year. But I do would request on the outskirts, on the outside fence line, and on the street. I know that our engineers are. We've beaten down a little bit to get more trees on the McDowell plan, and they're getting tree spots in there, and eventually we'll get some purple pipe water to that area eventually. So having that in the plans for some flexibility to at least along Corona, so to beautify that area a little bit, and so that the entrance is pleasant rather than just a fence, a cyclone fence that you're staring at from the sidewalk. If there could be some landscaping that's put along the fence line all around the edges, with even some small trees at least, some buffers, some visual buffers for traffic and the like. I know you're totally focused on transporting people, but you also have to give them some something to look at and feel and fresh air and the like. So again, I think we need to move this forward, but I think you've heard us talk about more bicycling, more EV stations, solar panels added to the parking lot, and trees around the edges and on the sidewalks. If the city needs to work with you on the sidewalk area and the curb area to get those engineered, I know our city engineers are going to push hard in that direction because we know the public's pushing hard in that direction right here. So I would say I'm going to go forward and trust you to add that into your final designs, at least the flexibility to do all these things, and to do the best you can to make that happen. But I'd like to see it move forward at this point because you guys need it at this point. We need the station.
We have a motion and a second. May we have a roll call vote?
Barnacle,
No.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1 with Councilmember Barnacle voting no.
Thank you very much for being here at such a late hour. We appreciate your participation in this. And with that, we are adjourned for the evening. Thank you.